Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today on this fine, pleasant, cloudy, gray, but still happy looking Friday morning? Actually, Friday early afternoon. For those of you that live east, is there a like one word you can use to say that someone is located east of you? Like, I know if you want to say someone is going east, you can say eastbound. I feel like there's a word for like conveying that someone's current location is to the east of you. You guys aren't saying the word. Okay, whatever. Maybe it doesn't exist. Maybe I'm an idiot. Left. Listen, okay? First of all, right and left don't necessarily have anything to do with east and west. Second of all, even if they do, if you're looking at like a map with north at the top, east is not left. You know, maybe. Wait, am I feel like I've heard at some point that the positive pole is at the south. That compasses don't actually aim north; they aim south, and the needle points backwards. Is that true, or am I an idiot? Yeah. Okay. Maybe you're just a compass that doesn't know that doesn't knows. The magnetic poles are inverted. Okay. Cool. Cool. A clueless compass. They call him a compassy. Sorry. Hello. How do you do, chat? IT? We're not doing IT. We already did IT yesterday. AZ Navia when? Is Navia getting a rerun? I forgot. Yes? With this Gauffier? Okay. Maybe we'll do an AZ Navia then. I'm gonna have to slander Sag Greatsword because of Shilonen. Saj. It's all Shilonen's fault. The fact that Shilonen is part of Navia's best team and that Shilonen does 2 skills per rotation in Navia teams, and she's on Fav, so if you have high enough refined Fav, you get 2 Fav procs per rotation, makes Navia's ER requirements like 0, even without any ER from the weapon, which significantly hurts Sag Greatsword's performance, because part of what makes Sag Greatsword good is that it gives you ER and gives you more energy with 1 more set of particles. It's really sad. How many people have asked Zajef to try Click Up Skill already? I don't know, like 2 or 3, but... New furry video to start the stream on a banger. Is it the Abyss Cup thingy? No, it's not. Okay, it's the actual... Oh my god. Okay, I don't know... I don't know if I want to watch that right now. I saw Faru was in chat earlier. I don't know if they're still here. Watching it is gonna make me feel embarrassed about my own gameplay. Okay, like I kind of don't want to, man. What's new though? Okay, the thing is like. Usually when it comes to Faru videos, I can at least dissociate from my own skill issue by telling myself, well, Faru resets a lot, so it's not... Maybe I could be this good if I reset it as much. Klugi.
Follow the light, and humans are the same.
But for this Abyss, considering how much I was struggling with my actual good 4-star only teams, watching someone do it with fucking Rosaria, Kachina, Lanyan, Kea on one side, and DMC, Lanyan, Lisa, Kole on the other? How am I supposed to emotionally recover from that? Like, how?
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should...
You don't? Yeah, you don't. Exactly. You get it. Anyways, chat. I think it's time to take a break from the artifact domain. Because this coffee comes out in 4 days. And I'm poor as fuck. I have all the talent books I need. And Escoffier is not a character that is that reliant on levels. Right? She doesn't trigger transformative reactions. And a lot of her value comes from talent, or from ascension talents, which means that even if you don't get her maxed out, you still get a lot of her value. You still get all the healing you need, even without that many levels on burst, and you still get all the shred. The only thing you'll be lacking if you get her to like level 70 is skill damage, which is relevant, but considering that the main team I'll be playing her in for now on my account is Neuvillette, it's not the end of the world. So I'll probably get her to like 70 out of 80. And I'll be fine. I'll be fine with her not being completely maxed out on day 1. So I don't need that much more to get her functional. Did you get the cogs? I think I got the first half of the cogs. They're here. No, they're here. Yeah. I got more than half. Oh, my E missed. Well, that's fine. Huh. Never got Ayaka back in the day? No. No, I did not. I didn't keep 10 Fragile for the bosses this time. I'm cooked. Yeah, I'm not gonna use Fragile in Escoffier's boss. Because, like, at the end of the day, I don't have most of the characters on my account that are good with Escoffier. So I'll be forced to do a lot of testing on other people's accounts anyways. And so at that point, it doesn't matter if I get her fully built on day one, because I'll have to go on other people's accounts anyways. And so I might as well just take a break from the like rush that follows a character release and keep my fragiles for a future character. My E missed. Pew. Ready to name my Escoffier team Icy Wheelchair? Maybe we should call it something else. What do you call those things that are like... I don't know what you call them in English. Those like... things that are pulled by like huskies or other trained animals. Sleighs? Sleds? Okay, which one is it? Sleigh. A sled. A sleigh is a sled. What is a sled? Sled. A vehicle typically on runners for conveying goods or passengers over snow or ice. And a sleigh is more specifically one for passengers. Okay.
You have to keep the fruit in a good mood.
Chad, it's the Esca sleigh. Or sleigh scuffier? Which one should it be? What sounds better? Esca sleigh or sleigh scuffier? Well, I'll poll it. What sounds better for Escoffier wheelchair official name? Esco Sleigh or Sleigh Scoffier? It's actually surprisingly close, my goodness. I thought this wasn't a democracy. I mean, just because something is not a democracy does not mean popular opinion doesn't mean anything. Keeping the people happy and giving them an illusion of control is a very good way to prevent dissidents. To dissuade dissidents and repel revolution. Alright. It seems like Esca Slay is winning.
Use it or lose it. So, wanna train with me sometime?
Alright, Esca Slay it is. Let me make a tweet. Escoffier, Yelon, Farina, the new icy wheelchair, call it Esco Slay. Is this called theory crafting? Yes, that is. This is the true essence of theory crafting. You understand. You get it. I think this is the first time I've ever done this ley line.
Quick as a flash.
Burn it down. Pyroclastic surge.
Hero incoming. Yeah. Headbutt. Hi.
I'm pretty sure. Ooh! +1 3-star artifact. This one came out in 5.5 makes sense. Oh, right. That does make sense. Considering I haven't done ley lines this batch.
Why me?
Why me?
Final warning.
Coach will take it from here.
Light it up. Light up the blazing sun. Time.
It's justice o'clock.
Alright. What are the chances Hoyo runs Skirk with Siklali and Ormawika rerun? I think very low. I think it's a little too early for one of those. I think they'll be the patch after. Hi, Zajef. You probably don't remember, but 2 days ago, I said that I had a theory driving test coming up and just wanted to say I passed. Pog.
Strength is one of those.
Congratulations, Crazy Gaming SM.
So, wanna train with me sometime?
Does the SM stands for sadomasochism? Or... Anyways, I guess I shouldn't ask. Congrats! I hope that your practical test goes well, too. If you haven't done it yet. It's funny because I failed my practical driving test on Tuesday. Well, rip bozo. No is just my initials. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe it's an avenue for you to... Anyways,
My parents always said, no matter how busy life gets.
the new abyss will probably be added in 5.7. If you visited HomniGCat Wiki in the last few days, you may have noticed that there's a blank button on the menu. This goes to the new abyss page. Oh. Oh? Oh? We're pausing? I'm actually kind of surprised that it doesn't come out in 6.0 or 6.1. Okay, by the way, you want do you want some good advice for your practical driving test? Use your neck. Okay? Like, unironically, when you're doing actual driving, you can check your mirrors and your I don't know what you call it in English. Is it dead angle? Because that's directly translated it would be dead angle, but I feel like your blind angle, blind spot, whatever. And your blind spot, like, you can check that with barely any head/neck movement. But if that's what you do, the instructor in charge of your test is gonna think you're not doing it. Like, outright just... rear view, side, blind spot. Like, exaggerated just a little bit. It's a performance? I mean, it is. Like, don't make it too obvious you're exaggerating it, though. Like, don't actually do who. But do it like, don't just move your eyes. Whenever you move whenever you're changing your line of sight, move your head so that the instructor can see it. Because they don't directly have line of sight with your eyes, right? Because they are watching you from the side. So you need to make it a little more obvious. When you say get it twisted, you're referring to my neck the whole time? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I've been giving you driving advice for a while now. But yeah, like, unironically, you would be surprised by how much you can get away with fucking up on a driving test, as long as you keep in mind the important stuff. What's the important stuff? Don't cause an accident. Don't exceed the speed limit. Properly look at your mirrors and your blind spot every time you make a turn. Stop at stop signs. Okay, unironically, in my practical driving test, I missed a stop sign and I still passed. Alright, like, you guys need to understand... Paid instructor. I mean, they are paid indeed. Not by me, but...
Come on. Why me?
Why me?
Prepare yourself. You asked for it. Drop your weapon. Stronger.
Rise with the
Oh,
sun.
my E missed.
Plastic surge.
Hero incoming.
Pew. Oh. Yeah, because the stop sign I missed, I took my exam in the winter, and it was, like, barely visible. And it was at a, like... You know those, like, suburban streets where there's, like, one car every 3 years? And it was not during rush hour. So the instructor was like, well, this stop sign barely has a reason to exist anyways, and it was barely visible. This sort of behavior will never cause an accident. You're fine.
Why me?
Why me?
Kapow!
Sigil of a Striding Will. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Why does the will go from clear to shattered to striding? How is that the not? Oh wait, I'm an idiot. The green is the first one. Never mind, I'm stupid. Orange. Orange. Chat. I think he has stupid. Is Reza completely immune to fall damage? No, I was just low enough not to take any. Just barely.
Why me?
Why me? You're gonna try Expedition? You mean Cloud Obscure? I'm not particularly planning on it. But maybe? I don't know. I've been hearing nothing but good things, yeah. Me too. But, I don't know. Chat, here's the thing about any sort of game that requires, or here's the thing about games that require any amount of skill, okay? When I play them, I expose myself, alright? And you guys get to see how actually awful at video games I am, and how much I rely on game knowledge to not look like a completely worthless idiot in Genshin. Bro. That was a bug. Why was she in the water on ground? That it was the fucking water gliding animation, and there was the water bar. Huh? I guess it's raining really fucking hard, my god. Gee. I think that's the first time I see this bug. It's a minor bug that doesn't have any impact on gameplay, but it's a funny one, I suppose. What the heck? I mean, you guys must have noticed when I did the Elden Ring on stream, right? I'm not good at video games, man. To be honest, you didn't do that badly. It was pretty ass. Let's be honest. It was so fun watching you play Elden Ring, though. Will you continue playing it again sometimes? I don't think so.
Add Astra. Thank you for Add Astra.
And you played the worst class and beat the Tree Sentinel? I mean, the Tree Sentinel wasn't a difficult boss. Like, I said this when I was playing, alright? But a normal enemy in Elden Ring has attack patterns that are harder to deal with than the Tree Sentinel. The Tree Sentinel is difficult because it does a lot of damage and is tanky, not because it's actually difficult to dodge.
You should always sit down and enjoy
It's actually a really easy enemy.
What I like to do is stack my plate up high, then squash it all down. Take a deep breath, and wolf it down in one go.
It's just that because it's very tanky and it deals a lot of damage, you need to play consistently well. But as long as you manage to have Like, as long as you manage to stay calm and not be too nervous once the HP bar starts getting low, it's not too difficult. That's why I was able to do it. And that's why I started struggling a lot more after the Tree Sentinel. You know? The Tree Sentinel I managed to do in like a couple hours. And then the first real boss I struggled with and fucking gave up. Because it's like... Anyways. The biggest thing is that I'm not the sort of person for whom Elden Ring is designed. I much prefer knowledge checks than mechanic checks as a form of difficulty in games. And while you can use knowledge to bypass some of the mechanic checks in Elden Ring, that's not the main purpose and intent of the game. So doing that kind of feels like you're straying from the intended game design, so I don't like it. That's why I bash my head against the wall instead of, like, leaving and fucking grinding and coming back once I was overleveled. Because, like, that's... If that's how you play Elden Ring, you don't experience Elden Ring in the way the devs intended. You're effectively... Games like Elden Ring have their difficulty as an important part of their game. What the fuck? East. West. They have their difficulty as an important part of their game design, and when you trivialize that difficulty, it changes and warps your experience. And it changes the nature of it. And I feel like it kind of ruins it. And also, when it comes to Elden Ring specifically, I really didn't like how open-ended it was, because it felt like I had no idea where I was supposed to go. Like, that it's cool to say you can go anywhere you want, like, you're free, do whatever, but, like, there was such little guidance that I was just fucking running around in circle for hours. And I, like... It got to the point where I was experiencing, like, long periods of boredom followed by short periods of molding. And that just wasn't a fun experience for me. Yeah, like, personally, I prefer experiences that are a lot more guided.
So, wanna train with me?
And that's why, that's honestly the main reason why I wasn't able to find that much enjoyment in Elden Ring. Yeah, the chat backseating and being kind of cringe sure didn't help. But, like, I could have dealt with it if I was enjoying the game enough, right? skill issue. I mean, yeah, obviously that's a big part of it. How do you feel about Baldur's Gate? Baldur's Gate was fun, but Baldur's Gate feels like a game that is heavily geared towards multiplayer experiences. I had a lot of fun with Baldur's Gate with the short time I played, but I could tell I would get bored of it if I wasn't doing multiplayer with it. And because I started playing it really late, there was no one around me that was interested in starting a campaign that wasn't already in a campaign with other people.
I get to eat my fill without wasting too much time.
So, it's kind of, yeah. Arlecchino steals each other's mark? Really? Wait, if you have a C6 Arlecchino, can she ult and get the mark bonus from other marks? And can she get the C2 proc from other marks, like the ones that aren't hers? Or do the C0 Arlecchinos get the C2 get the mark if they yoink the C2 Arlecchinos? Like, yeah. I'm kind of curious how it works. But imagine you go, like, everyone goes Arlecchino, and you have top 0.01% Arlecchino on an insane build that just takes everyone's marks and everyone else watches. You know, one thing I'll say about Arlecchino is it's kind of insane how much more min-maxy, I guess, her rotations become with her Sig. It's something that I really noticed when I was playing on Saluna's account a few days ago, when I was doing the solo Arlecchino stuff. Because her weapon cooldown doesn't necessarily line up with her rotation length. So if you're doing shorter rotations, you don't get it at the start, so you have to weave in a charge attack in the middle of your second uptime to get the weapon proc. And if you're doing longer rotations, then you can get a second weapon proc before the end of your first uptime. What's the cooldown on it again? Is it 15 or is it 12? I forgot. Crimson Moon's Semblance. It's 14. My god, what a weird cooldown. But yeah, by the way, chat, what that means is that when you're playing a non-reaction Arlecchino team, not just when you're doing the like meld stuff with Sig, even on the non-reaction teams, you're better off opening with the charge attack if you have Sig. Because, right, you get the charge attack hit at, oops, I forgot to eat. Cornge. You get the charge attack hit at like 10 or like 959 or some shit.
By royal decree.
Which means you can get another one here.
Overruled. Drop your weapon. Control breathing. Shadow Raven. Let night fall.
And you can get another one here. So you end up with like 1.5 bond of, or 1.5 weapon proc per rotation instead of only one. How much bond of life does Sig give? Is it 25? Yeah, 25. I'm actually kind of curious about something. If you do open with charge attack,
An insert.
right? Let me check a timer. I'll hit it at 25. Then you do your setup.
Overruled. Hands where I can see 'em.
Whatever. Then you do your next setup. Yeah. That's cool. So you end up getting the Bond of Life refresh after. I'm actually not sure. Wait, let me check again. All right, I'll do it at 20. Two, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, after 5. Rats from Theski, true. I'm actually curious how much of a damage increase it is if you do that. Yeah, whatever. So... So, N1 is 87.3, N2 is 95.7, N3 is 120.1. Bond of Life with Sig starts at 155, and you lose 7.5% per attack. Oops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But then here, wait, what? Oh, I'm an idiot. Oh, okay. Here, you get plus 25. Or you don't, I guess. Okay, so for this one, it's, what, 221.2? Top. This stays the same. Oops. Means the total, this plus this times this. Why are you like this? Alright.
Staring into my eyes.
So the total is
Promise you'll like what
this. And if you do the refresh, I guess it's not that big of a difference on the first rotation. But the difference does become noticeable if you go 2 rotations. What are we calcing? I'm looking at how much Arlecchino damage increases on Sig if you use the Sig effect off cooldown every 14 seconds instead of once per rotation. And then I'll do this. Okay. And then for this one, this plus 130. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Roll. Wait, am I stupid? Oh no, okay, cool. Yeah, for this one, we get another 25% here. Yeah. And then we go for this. And then here... and we got it after the 5th one here. So we get it after the 4th one here. Over 2 rotations becomes a 5% increase. That's very funny. I guess it's not that significant. When you dash cancel the charge attack, does Sig proc? No, it does not. Does it proc with C2? I don't think so, right? C2 isn't charge attack damage? I don't think it procs. But yeah, so if you have Sig, you have to open your rotation. In like melt teams, where you dash cancel the charge attack, you have to open your rotation with this at the start. Yeah. I already do it without Sig? Why? Why do you do it without Sig? Probably for fun. True. Does C2 Arlecchino actually change any rotations? Yeah. So, the main thing that the C2 does is it gives you one more Pyro app. Which actually prevents you from doing the default rotations if you barely have the application you need. In other words, specifically in melt teams, your rotations need to be different because of C2. If you're doing the same rotations in melt teams as you do at C0, your C2 will melt, but then your normal attack that follows the C2 proc will apply Pyro before you get Cryo back on the enemy. And you'll lose all your melt on the rest of your rotation. Even if you dodge, yeah. Because the C2 hit happens like almost a full second after the charge attack input. In other words, the C2, right, if you're doing a charge attack, a dash, and a normal attack, like this, the C2 hits around the same time as the N1 hits. And because you have two applications in very quick succession, you don't get cryo in between the two, so you'll end up with a pyro aura on the enemy. What that means is that if you don't want to change your rotations, and all you want to do is change the combo on Arlecchino, at C2, what you need to do is this. Yeah. Which looks a little dumb, but it is what it is. Or you can do the dash cancel if you want, but with your default setups, you get a cryo application between the charge attack hit and the normal attack. I guess it depends on who you're using, actually. So with some characters, you don't. Like with Shilonen, you don't. But with Kazuha and Sucrose, you do. In single target. As long as you're doing 2 E's on Sucrose. And like, if you're doing C2 Arlecchino, you should be using Sucrose. Bucko. Right? You get the cryo application right after the charge attack hit. And that's the cryo application you need to melt the C2 proc. But effectively, that cryo application. Alright, like let me open paint. Alright, let me draw a timeline of application. Actually.
Where did that come from?
So, Arlecchino, E, Bennett, EQ, Sucrose, EE, Seatlolly, EQ, and then, oops, fuck. And then Arlecchino uptime, right? And if you look at when your applications happen, you've got Arlecchino double hit from skill, right? Because the skill hits twice. Then you have Bennett 2U from the E into 2U from the Q. Then you swap into Sucrose. You get your first swirl. That reduces that 2U to 1.5. Well, technically that 2U is 1.6, and it decays a little. So it basically goes to like a 1-ish from the first E, 0.5-ish from the second E. Then here, Seatlolly melts, removes the aura. You now have no aura on the enemy. And then her burst initial hit happens around here, because it's a long animation. Now, from the burst initial hit, after that, it activates her off-field. So her off-field starts ticking every second, or every 2 seconds. Well, it ticks every second, it applies cryo every 2 seconds. So there's one here. Then 2 seconds later, there's another one. Then 2 seconds later, there's another one. Etc. Etc. And without C2 on our okay. And then there's also the Spirit Skull Vessel Explosion, right? The second hit of her burst. That happens here. Right? By default, Arlecchino's app without C2, right? The charge attack would hit here. So if you're using Sucrose, or you're using burst on Shilonen, or you're using Kazuha, basically, if you weaken the pyro from Bennett enough by the time you swap to Seatlolly that the skill wipes the aura and the burst applies a cryo aura instead of melting, you don't have to dash cancel the charge attack. Otherwise, you have to dash cancel it. But either way, the charge attack hits here. It's more like here, actually. here. Right? And then the first off-field tick happens. And then your normal attack hits here. But if you have C2, that C2 also happens here. So you only melt one of C2 and normal attack. And the other one applies Pyro, and then Citlali doesn't have enough Cryo application to wipe that Pyro Aura and get a Cryo Aura back. So what you'd have to do is you'd have to swap out 2 Sucrose or Citlali to weaken the Pyro Aura, so that you can swap back to Arlecchino with a Cryo Aura on the enemy. And by default, Arlecchino's attacks, technically, it actually happens, like, here and here. And it happens, the next one is, like, here. My lines aren't exactly perfectly lined up. But it's close enough, I suppose. Right? And this is how your applications line up. It means that without the C2, right? This applies Cryo Aura. Right? Apply Cryo, melt. 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 Right? Even though Arlecchino applies Pyro faster than Citlali applies Cryo, because starting, right, her app every 2 seconds starts here for Citlali, Arlecchino triggers her first reaction right before that starts. Which means that even though it's faster because it starts with a delay right before an application, it takes a while for that application to happen, like, for 2 applications to happen in between 2 Citlali skills, right? But with the C2, you start with a Pyro Aura because of this additional hit, so you're doomed. In other words, with the C2, what you have to do is you have to fucking remove this altogether. This attack, this normal attack, gets replaced by the C2 proc, and you wait until this to start attacking. Which means that the rotation in practice looks really stupid. Right? Because you do your whole setup, you swap to Arlecchino, you do your charge attack, you wait for like a second and a half, and then you start attacking. Does this Goofy apply 1U or 2U? From what I understand, her skill is 1U, her burst is 2U. So her burst will be useful for setups. That need to wipe a Pyro Aura. Anyways, your other option is to do things in a very scuffed rotation way. And that, it's the way I think is the funniest, but yeah. Anyways, so your other option is to do this. Wait, what? Did I fuck up? What did I fuck up? Something went wrong. What went wrong there? Something was deeply wrong there. I think I got the fucking off-field mark application.
Show no mercy. Show.
Yeah, so you do this. I guess.
Let's light it up.
Can you get the prompt, please? Here we go. I'll do the I won't dash cancel my charge attack so I can simulate what the application looks like if you do dash cancel your charge attack with C1. But yeah, this is my favorite way of doing the Arlecchino C2 rotation. I fucked it up. I shouldn't have dash cancelled. Let me try to do it properly again. Yeah, it's the one that does 2 swaps into Arlecchino, I think is fucking hilarious. Oh, I don't have burst. We don't talk about that. But yeah, this is the one that I think is a lot funnier. Does not fuck TDDS. You don't lose TDDS when you swap out. But you will lose TDDS after like 4 and 3s instead of like 5. But it's not the end of the world. Because especially at C1 or at C2, your damage is like so much more front loaded, especially in a melt team. Right? Like if you look at the total output from Melt Arlecchino at C0, right?
Good things come to those who don't wait around.
This
That's what they say anyway.
True,
My luck.
false, false.
Probably true for me.
Repeat. Oops. Oh. And then EM multiplier. Let's say she has 100. She has 80 EM. 80 EM is very. Well, let's say 100 actually. Actually, no, because you'd do sucrose, right? So you'd have like 300. Okay, yeah. And we don't look at Sig.
No one's joined me on an adventure in ages.
Right.
Come on, let's go.
Alright. And then the adjusted motion value times one plus if this actually no. If this, then it's times 2 times this. Otherwise, it's times 1. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, your adjusted motion value, once you account for melts, in a team with sucrose, is this. I guess I should just have it like this. Yeah. Right. And then we will have this 1, this plus this. Yo. And then if I do this and put this into a graph, I guess I need to add a 0. But it doesn't look too bad. Right? This is how your damage goes over time, right? But as you can see, after half of your attacks, you've done like 2/3 of your damage. I guess instead of the axis being that, I could change it and have it be equal to this divided by this. And have that as the y-axis, because it'll be a lot easier to internalize this way. And then we'll make sure that our axis options cap out at 100, maximum 1. And then the x-axis option caps out at 18. So, as you can see, right, after about half of your attacks, you've done almost 2/3 of your damage, right? This is the default C0 stuff. But how does this chart change with constellations? So C1 changes this number, adds 100 to it. 221.2 plus 100. 100%. All right. So just the C1. If I copy this, select data, change this from 1 to 19 to 23 to 40. 23, 40, 23, 40. Oh. It should have been 22, 40. Oops. Select data. 22, 22. So, all right. It goes up a little faster. And at that same midpoint, we're at 62 instead of 60. One attack later, I guess that 10 attacks, 70.1 instead of 69. I guess it's not that big of a difference. The biggest difference is the C2. So let's add the C2 now. Oh. Change this to 45. Oops, 45. And then change this to 62. Oh. And then all we have to do is add the C2 proc. Which is 900 motion value. Yeah. And it starts at 45. Wait, am I an idiot? Am I stupid? Alright, there we go. This makes a lot more sense. There we go. And we can now graph this. I guess. Ah! Select data. And it's what, 45, 63? 45, 63. 45, 63. So. And as you can see, because of that C1 proc effectively bumping a lot of your motion value at the very start of the rotation, instead of reaching the 50% damage mark at the 7th attack at C1, and around the 7th at C0 as well, you now reach this 50% on the 4th attack. In other words, you get punished less for lower buff uptime in a team like that. Because so much of your damage is happening at the start of your rotation. Because the C2 proc is a massive fucking nuke. Exercise redeem. I guess we'll do curls today. I think I want to start alternating between curls, skull crushers, and shoulder presses instead of doing curls every day. But I did shoulder presses yesterday and skull crushers 2 days ago, so we'll do curls today.
Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll...
How many points for legs? I'm not gonna do legs on stream. I go running instead. Yeah. I gave up on trying to run every day because I don't have the willpower for that. But I think I can maintain running every other day pretty well. Just watch out for the cops, true. I went running yesterday, so I don't need to go running today. I also realized that it's a lot easier for me to find my motivation to go running if I don't go in the morning. Going after stream or like in the evening is a lot more chill.
Never mind. Let them do as they please.
Also, how big is the gap between Moika and Arlecchino? Pretty big. Just in terms of damage. You need to realize that Arlecchino has a lot worse synergy with Citlali than Moika does. Which means that, unfortunately, Citlali is not as big of an upgrade for Arlecchino as it is for Moika.
Something you wish to report?
Which means that the Citlali teams aren't really that much better than the Overload teams for Arlecchino. At really high investment, they are. Because having one more stat to scale off of helps high investment builds a lot more, because they get a lot better builds on average. But even then, the synergy isn't as good as it is with Moika, because she reacts a lower portion of her damage. How big is the gap between Gaming and Moika? Just in terms of damage, it's not even that big. But in practice, it's a pretty big difference. Can't wait for the day they add Citlali to the sim.
Let them do as they please.
But the simmed Gaming Farina rotations are over 100k. And the simmed Moika Farina rotations
Staring into my eyes is ill-advised.
are like
Promise you'll like what
5% ahead. Highest Gaming is 138k, but it's not a real one. This is not an actual rotation. This is 13 seconds, one rotation, speedrunning calc. This is not an actual rotation. Your sim time is 12 seconds. Obviously, it's gonna be inflated. What's the best fourth slot from Melt Moika? Moika, Citlali, Bennett, and... Just numbers-wise, it's C6 Yunsun. When you take into account quality of life, Shilonen often ends up performing better. Just for the initial hit nuke, Sucrose is probably the best.
What could the children be up to?
Yeah.
Never mind. Let them do as they please.
Ah. What is the best Arlecchino team without the Maoika meld characters? It depends on whether you're using Yonsan with Arlecchino with Maoika or not. Because the best Arlecchino team always has an attack buffer, whether it's Yonsan or Bennett. But if you're using both for Maoika, you're kind of cooked for Arlecchino, right? Because you don't have access to an attack buffer anymore. But if you want to play Maoika and Arlecchino at the same time, my recommendation for 2 teams would probably be this. Which is a very solid lineup. Does Overload work better for Maoika or Arlecchino? That's the answer to that question is more complicated than it sounds like it should be. Arlecchino does not have particularly great synergy with Melt or Vape, unlike Maoika. And so, because of that, she gets punished less by the absence of those reactions than Maoika does. But Maoika is a stronger character overall. So Arlecchino loses more from being in a Chauvin's team instead of a Melt team than Arlecchino does. But that doesn't necessarily mean that Overload Maoika is worse than Overload Arlecchino, because Maoika is a character that is overall stronger. They're very similar in Overload teams, but the Arlecchino teams are a lot easier to play. When you look at the Overload Maoika calcs, they often assume a non-insignificant amount of field time on Maoika outside of her burst. And like really doing your best to min-max your spin time. Which is something that as soon as you have to dash to dodge an incoming attack, kind of gets gutted, because you lose like half your Night Soul from a dash when you're spinning outside of your burst. This is, by the way, this might be the funniest sim on GC Sim. Right? Or sorry. Right, the fact that Klein's highest sim by a noticeable margin does more pyro than electro damage, has a lot more damage from Maoika than Chlorine, and spends more time on Maoika than on Chlorine, is hilarious. Okay? It's like deeply funny. It's so fucking funny. Just sort Sino by DPS if you want to laugh. Uh-oh. Skip the C6. I mean, that's not particularly funny, is it? Echoes Sino? For this one? Hey, that one is pretty funny. But it's not the highest one, at least. At least. Thank goodness. I am aware that the reason why it's not the highest one is because no one has submitted a dual carry Maui Kasino one yet. But yeah. Alhaitham Sim got nerfed? Wait, what do you mean by that? Did they fix some bugs that were inflating Alhaitham? Oh, instructors? What the fuck? No. Alright, no, we can't, no, no. This is so fucked, by the way, man. This is so fucked. I guess if I want to check how the Yansan team would sim, I can just do this and manually input Yansan stats. Remove instructor on Zyno. Change it to whatever. He doesn't need a 4-piece. And then we add Dendro percent equals 0.4 from Yansan. And that's pretty much it. Attack percent equals probably 0.2 average, and then flat attack equal... No, it's more than that. It's probably 2.5. Flat attack is going to be equal to, like... probably 500 average on Alhaitham. And Fischl, Electro percent equal 0. You probably get you get the C6 Yansan proc on the first Oz, but not on the second one. So it's half uptime, pretty much exactly. .5125. No. I'm an idiot. 525. Yeah. And then attack percent equals 0.3. We have full uptime on that. And flat attack is equal 810. We have full uptime on that. And then Nahida gets the same Dendro percent as Alhaitham, but that's it. It's at around 80k if you're using Yansan instead of Sino here. That makes sense to me. That's more or less what I was expecting. And you can probably adjust the rotation to cheat out another like 2 or 3k DPS if you're doing everything properly. Which, when you're looking at Alhaitham sims, right, around a little bit over 80k is like... it's better than his current best Quicken sim. Yeah, also, TOM is probably not the best here. Yeah, Golden Troop is a massive upgrade. Yeah, like, that makes sense to me. Like, this makes a lot of sense to me. Look at this. Why? I'm scared to scroll down. I'm worried. I'm worried about what the graph is gonna look like if I scroll down. Also, what do you mean minimum 45k? What the fuck happened here? What the fuck happened in the 45k rotation? What the hell happened here? Oh boy. What's the field time? Grizzly is spending more field time than Mawika, at least. What's the rotation? I see, yeah. That makes sense. This is the... Except that Mawika is not enough pyro to melt everything on Risley if you do N3C. Do N3C anyways until you have a cryo aura, and once you have a cryo aura, swap to Mawika and have her be the real carry on the team. Yeah, that makes sense. Is this one in the database? Yeah, it is. Okay. This is one rotation, so it's 100% width uptime, so it's a fake one. This is not one rotation. So this is the highest real sim. Oh man. I should not have sorted by DPS. Yeah, that one is sad. You have a few C6 teams that are worse than C0 Mawika with Kaya or Rosaria. Then you have Pyro Plunge. Then you have Hyper Bloom. Then you have Wheelchair. Then you have Physical Plunge. And a long way down, you have the first Ella team that uses her intended playstyle. We don't look at that though. It's okay. Thoughts about TTDS instructor Risley Burstbot from Mawika Melt Burst? It's not better than having him on Witsit. Because you need to understand, even in the team where, right, the Risley Mawika team, right? Even in this team, where Mawika is out-damaging Risley by a significant amount, the damage you lose on Risley from going from Witsit to TTDS is huge. And 48% more attack on Mawika, considering the fact that she already has Does it not say her total attack here? Oh, that's dumb. That's stupid, I hate it. Let me just fucking calculate it instead. Alright, she starts at 1817. She has 359 base and Serpent Spine. She gets Power Resonance, Noblesse, and self attack percent buff from her passive. And then she also gets like 1100 from Ali Flash. Right? She's starting from 4400. The 48% more attack increases her damage by 9%. But going TTDS instead of Widsith on Risley reduces his damage by a lot more than 9%. So even though Mawika's doing more damage than Risley, you end up losing more damage from going TTDS, right? We're at 79k with Widsith. If we change to TTDS, it should be like 74k. Yeah, 74k. 73k. Yeah. My streamer is high elo at predictions. This wasn't a prediction. This was mental calculation. Anyways, so my title is probably not going to be a lie today. I want to do the next best teams for each carry video. Which ones have I done so far? Again, I've done Electro and I've done Pyro, right? Okay. I don't want to do Hydro or Cryo before Risk of Fear comes out. So do Animo so it's depressing. I guess. I could do Animo or Dendro. I'd kind of rather do Dendro right now. Animo is funnier. The thing is, the Animo video would be really short. I guess I'd include Chaska. Probably. But if I'm including Chaska, I want to wait for Iskafi because of her too. Iskafi is worse. It's obviously worse than fucking Bennett Mawiga Zitlali, right? But that's barely a Chaska team. The question is how it compares to the other Chaska teams. And I think it's a lot closer. Because, like, you have to keep in mind, when it comes to freeze teams, the Sheet DPS is not the end of the story. The fact that you have freeze can be a huge deal. But yeah. With Dendro, technically there's still some impact from Escoffier on like Kaniche teams. But Escoffier isn't part of Kaniche's best team. She's just a viable alternative for people who are missing one of the supports for him. Would Nilo be in the Dendro carry videos or the Hydro carries video? Probably in the Hydro one. People associate Bloom with Dendro more than Hydro because Bloom came out with Dendro's release, but like, you need two elements for a reaction. Bloom is just as much a Hydro reaction as it is a Dendro reaction. But the damage is green. True. True. Good point. Wait, when it comes to Dendro carries, we gotta talk about what? Kanich, Tilhari. We gotta talk about Hyper Bloom as well. I think Nahida is a like stand-in for the Hyper Bloom reaction. We gotta talk about Burgeon. We talk about Kave, sure. Who else is there? Alhaitham? I think that's it. How do you feel about Nilo's best team becoming his Kafi teams? Shut up. It makes... I don't want to hear those words, man. What does Nilo even do in Escoffier teams? Not much. But wheelchair with on-field Nilo is with Escoffier. Sorry. Escoslay is better than Nilo's Bloom teams. What's that, Sim? Kokomi carry? Is that a no burst Escoffier, Sim? No, it's not. But it's probably low ER where you burst every other rotation, right? Burst every... Okay, yeah. Let's see. How many N3s can you do in Nilo before your E runs out? Any knowers in chat? This probably does the maximum, right? Attack 6? No. They burst here. They only do 4 N3s because they use the burst in the middle of E uptime. I guess the vape sim relies on specific timing on the vapes, so I can't look at it like that. Tragic. I'm kind of curious if there's a vape sim for C0 Nilo. We'd probably have to scroll down more. Yeah, 32k. That's with key. What the fuck? Oh man. But let's check. Maybe this one. Yeah, okay, this one doesn't use the burst during uptime. So you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have time to do 6. So if we take this sim, we replace Kokomi with Yelan. And we take... Or sorry, we replace Kokomi with Nilo. And we take this Nilo thing, but instead of EM... Oh, we don't have any EM. Huh. Sick. That's R5 key. Oh boy. 32k with R5 key. That's hilarious. What weapon should we give her? What would be the default free-to-play weapon for Freeze Nilo? I haven't thought about this in forever. A damage-focused Nilo. Wolf's Fang? It is skill damage, you're right. That makes a lot of sense. Wolf's Fang would be very good. Wolf Fang. And we probably go hydro damage instead of HP. I'm too lazy to adjust these stats. C0, yeah. And then her set bonus, Maréchal makes sense, I think. Let me use the sheet Brastel sent me. I should favorite the copy of it instead of the initial one. Or bookmark, not favorite. AQM, substats, GC sim. Yeah. So I don't have to make a copy every time. Anyways, so this would be what, 12? No. 12. 10. 4. But are we overcapped on crit with this? We might be. Heart of Death, maybe? Isn't Heart of Death normal attack damage? And charge attack damage? You could do Harbinger, or is there not enough healing? You could do Harbinger, yes. You're editing the wrong sim. Am I? I am. I am. Thank you. Anyways. And then instead of Kokomi bullshit, we do Yelan bullshit. Or sorry, Nilo bullshit. Nilo attack 3. Three, 4, 5, 6. Oh yeah. We'd probably have to change a bunch of things from this though. Oops. I forgot to remove Kokomi at the start. Oops. Alright. So Yeah, we're getting some delay because of cooldown. When is it happening? When the fuck is it happening? Oh, it's probably on the rotational where we don't have Escoffier burst, right? What is this website? This is the Wangsheng sim, which is GC sim with leaks, but a little less stable. Okay, when the fuck are the swap delays happening? The Yulon burst happens at 6, attack 7.6, attack 7.9, skill 8.1. So no delays here. And then back to Yulon a lot later. Our skill is available, no problem, at 19. And then the next Yulon here. Okay, this is where we're experiencing some delays, right? Huh. So how do I change that? Kinda can't, can I? $67.8. If I change this to 4, it's worse. Fuck. No, it's about the same. Okay, I mean, I'm kind of too lazy to keep going. Wait, actually, how's my ratio? We're overcapped. Fuck. Because this is before Wolfsfang crit. We're also not using Nilo Burst, which I suppose we should. Anyways, let's change Wolfang to Harbinger. R5. You shouldn't be overcapped with that. Alright, so default 68k with this. We're a little overcapped, but pretty much not. Wait, no. Wait, no, yeah. Harbinger won't work. I think no, it does work. It's gonna be on-field healing is really good. Oh, you meant... I see. Yeah, the reason I used Harbinger is because it said Harbinger on Farina, so I knew it worked. Anyways, where should we use the burst? Probably after Yulon's skill, if it's available. If .nilo.burst.ready. Nilo burst. We were at 68k. still at 68k, but like we're like 200 higher. Can you send me the sim? Sure. There. Check if I can optimize this Cafe ER. Yeah, you can optimize this Cafe ER, and you can probably optimize the rotation a lot too, but I don't have Nilo, so it's gonna be hard to do testing on Nilo rotations with this, unfortunately. And I don't care enough to log into another account to do it. Yeah, like right now, if you sort by DPS, highest C0 Nilo team that doesn't use key, that isn't Omega cheating with Syncto Orbital perfectly lined up against 2 targets, is a Kokomi one, right? It's this one, right? Because like all the Syncto Nilo sims are like fake as fuck on GC Sim. Because it assumes perfect uptime on Syncto's kill being in contact with enemies. Like Syncto's orbitals being in contact with enemies. But because it's such a small AoE, it's not actually happening in practice. Even in AoE scenarios. But I guess we can take a look at one of these sims in single target if we want to account for that. It'll still be a little fake, because it's still assuming perfect, like, things lining up perfectly. But yeah, so it's around 62k in single target with this fucking Omega perfect shit. Oh, we're not reaching. There's some problems here. Never mind. Okay, yeah. And you're at around like 55, 56k? If you're not perfectly colliding with enemies for Syncto orbitals? Who has a flop set for Syncto? I mean, you don't need a flop set for Syncto. You need a flop set with EM and that's it. Right? This is EM Syncto. Anyways, the Freeze Nilo team is noticeably better than that. In single target. In AoE, it'll be a bit worse, but not that much worse. Yeah, I'm saying so with 180 ER. It's a fucking... It's a Zyphos effect. Zyphos is helping the ER quite a bit. Clam Kave, yeah. This is very GC Sim. Because, like, technically, Kave is good for Nilo teams if you need an on-fielder. And technically, the best Hydro for Nilo teams when you're GC Sim abusing is Syncto. Because if you're getting perfect uptime on orbitals, Syncto's application is completely unmatched in single target and in AoE. Which means you don't need to have an on-fielder that's Hydro. And when you're looking at Dendro on-fielders that don't fucking die because you need some form of healing in your team, otherwise you die to your self-damage, and you need Nilo and you really want Nahida, right? when you're looking at Dendro on-fielders that heal, it's between him, Baiju, and Yao Yao, and he is the better one of them. So, like, technically, Kaveh isn't bad in Nilo teams. It's just... this is very optimistic assumptions. And this is also a team that can get punished quite a bit, because your only character that's healing is Kaveh. Right? You don't actually have team-wide healing. So damage on Nahida is permanent, damage on Nilo is permanent, damage on Xingqiu is permanent. Xingqiu heals. I mean, Xingqiu technically heals, but he only heals your on-field character once, and that's generally gonna happen on Kaveh. I am kind of curious what Kaveh cons do for the team. It's at 56k with this. 46k at C0. So I guess it's they're kind of important. Why are they doing so much? I guess this gets you more blooms, huh? And the C4 is also nice. Right, okay, that makes sense. And the C6 is also more app. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. What build are they doing? I'm actually kind of very curious. What are his main stats like? It's just triple EM? Okay. I guess that makes sense. With substats focused on EM and crit rate? Yo. This is actually making me want to level Kaveh, but I don't have Nilo, so it won't matter. Oh well. One day I'll finish leveling my Kaveh. You know, I already farmed these things a long time ago for him, but I got stun locked by the morning flowers. And now I don't have the Mora, so... Kaveh heals? Yeah, Kaveh self-heals. I know, a lot of people forget about it because Kaveh's best teams are not the Bloom teams, and he heals when he gets hit by Blooms. Alright, but whenever he Blooms himself, he regenerates HP equals to 300% of his EM. So if you build him full EM on Fav, because Fav is best, you'll end up at like 700 to 800 EM. Which means he's healing for 2400 every time he gets hit by a Bloom Seed. Now, Bloom damage is gonna be like 25k? My perception of Nilo Bloom damage is so skewed because no one plays C0 or 0 Nilo. How much does C0 or 0 Nilo Bloom hit for? Any knowers? You can look at it in the sim. I guess I can, you're right.
Where's my key? Not again.
You are right. $35k. That seems high. I guess it is pretty min-maxed.
Where's my...
Like almost 70k HP Nilo on Dockhand.
Not again.
Flop, Zyphos, Singto. Alright. Anyways, the self-damage is 1 point something K, right? 1 point... It had the self-damage in it. I'm too lazy to check. Self-damage 1600, right? But that's... Is that pre or post resistances? 1600, does that change when you swap out of Kave?
Where's my...
Or actually, wait, this config is C0 Kave. Does that change if I
Again.
give him the cons? Oh. Okay, so this is pre-res. It's 1600. I guess self-damage isn't implemented that well because no one actually cares that much. Anyways, you take 1600 damage from a Bloom Explosion, but he gets Dendro Resistance and healing bonus, right? So he gets 187 EM times 3 plus, let's say, 150 in subs, right? So about 700 EM, which means his base healing is 2100, but he has healing bonus, right? He has 25% healing bonus from this, which means he heals for 2600 whenever he gets bloomed. The incoming damage is 1600, but he has resistance. Is character base resistance 0 or 10? I think it's 0, but I'm not sure. Anyways, so 50% res means that he takes 800 damage. In other words, every time he gets bloomed, he gains a net 1800 HP. In other words, he's very HP positive. And that's before the healing bonus from Clam, right? So technically it's actually more than this. It's 1.4. And yeah, you do get 80 EM from Dendro Resonance Cipher War. You're right. So yeah, the actual amount of net healing he gets on each bloom is 2500. So basically, Kave will never die in this team. But the rest of your team doesn't have any healing, because his healing is only to himself. Oh, I forgot about this EM. Oopsie. It's another 100. I'm actually kind of curious how this 56k changes if you go instructor. Before I adjust stats, goes from 56 to 56. That's pretty much about as good. So once we do adjust stats, it'll be worse. Alright, that makes sense. That makes sense, I suppose. Prototype Night, and you have a bit of team healing, true. Yeah, so I guess we'll talk about Nilo teams, but only some of them. Because there's a few Dendro carries where one of the options for them is to play them with Nilo. Does Sino deal more electro damage in a Quick Bloom team than Dendro damage? With Farina, I think he still does more electro damage. With Singto, I'm not sure. It's a good question. So, C0 Sino with Farina. Yeah. He does about double the electro damage as the Dendro damage. With Farina. With Singto, he does about triple the Dendro damage as the electro damage. That's very funny. Anyways, when it comes to Kinich teams, is there anything surprising that I should think about? Because, like, in my mind, Kinich teams are incredibly straightforward, right? Like, Hyperbloom aside, you kind of just put him with characters that buff him or have off-field damage without thinking too much about synergy. Let's look at the high DPS sims. Like, the first few are pretty unsurprising teams. This is also pretty unsurprising. This, I mean, yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, this makes sense. This is kind of surprising, I guess. Quicken Kinich is surprisingly decent. Three cannon is incredibly hard on Quicken, yeah. Did I test it? I'm kind of curious to see if I can get it. I don't need to do the actual team, I just need to not have Burning or Burgeon. Right? Because it's not like Quicken actually helps him in any way for his stuff.
Target acquired.
Fuck. I mean, with the burst, it doesn't seem hard. I played that very poorly and I still got it. But it's probably really difficult without the burst. And they're probably getting it even without the burst, right? No, yeah, they're not relying on the burst for it. I think burst is DPS loss in the sim? No. Not in this team, that's for sure. Because you have pretty much no buffs to your on-field, which means the fact that burst doesn't snapshot doesn't matter. So it's just outright more motion value. You show damage distribution? I don't want to. I mean, I guess he's almost 50%. It's fine. But it's kind of cooked. Anyways, this, I suppose it kind of makes sense. What in the that is so funny. Anyways. Burning load Kanich. It makes sense, yeah. That's really funny. Deepwood Venti is hilarious. That's so funny, actually. What the fuck? But it actually makes a lot of sense. Kanich's teams tend to have some problems in AoE, and Venti actually works well with both Emily and Kanich. Because Kanich AoE is pretty small, but it will hit every enemy in Venti burst. And Emily has pseudo-quadratic scaling that synergizes really well with Venti. That's actually kind of pog. What an interesting one. Try the team. There's no AoE this of this, so I don't really wanna. Play it in 11-3? I could, if you want. But I have to swap Venti to Deepwood, and that sounds cringe. How does Emily have quadratic scaling? Her burst targets enemies every... Her burst is a total of, what is it, 10 hits, I think? And every third hit targets the same, or sorry. Her burst will auto-target enemies, but it can't auto-target the same enemy in quick succession. Which means that if you're only against one enemy, it'll target the enemy on the first shot, but then the next couple shots are going to go randomly. But if there's two enemies, it targets the first enemy on the first shot and the second enemy on the second shot. And with three enemies, 1, 2, 3. So all of your shots will go into the clump, if there's a clump. Hey, it's like Ganyu Burst, exactly. But it caps out at 3, I think. Unlike Ganyu Burst, which caps out at 5. Okay, is it the first side or this? It's the first side, right? Yeah. Let me double check the build. We don't want a Joel, we want a Serpent Spine. That's fine. A little high on crit rate, but I don't care enough. I guess I might as well do this. The problem is that my Emily is already on Deepwood, so the Deepwood Venti is kind of not going to be all that useful. And my Deepwood is so much better than my Reverie. Alright, like, this is an insane fucking stat line, and my Reverie is kind of underwhelming. So I think he lied about the title. What do you think I'm doing right now? I'm going through the sims of each Dendro carry to see if there's anything I should, like, that I haven't thought of that I should realize before I record the video. Anyways, I won't be able to gear them the way they're supposed to be geared, unfortunately. But it's probably not that much worse like this, right? I'm actually curious. It's 70.4K with this. $68K with this. It's not that big of a difference. Close enough. And what do I want second side? Let me just play Arlecchino. My goat. Alright.
Everybody stand. Fresh and floral.
I got him cornered. Target acquired. Chip.
Oh my god.
Think you can get away?
They're too squishy.
Go in. A little ambiance. All right, let's
Oh well.
overrule. Cooking flesh. Justice will prevail.
I got hit. Huh.
Extract. Time for takeoff. Advent teamwork is dreamwork.
I got him
Oh.
cornered.
The Hydro Infusion is pretty bad, huh?
For the Lord of the Night.
Let's play. Think you can get away? Go in.
Why did it infuse Hydro again, man?
Locked up.
Yeah. Well, we won't be able to show it very well, but it is what it is, I guess.
Shadow of the past. Mind to command.
Time for takeoff.
Surely this one will, right?
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Okay, I give up.
Place.
I give up, man.
Target acquired.
He jumped over it. My god. Does Hydro have priority for Venti Burst? No. But Venti Burst doesn't infuse instantly, and it triggers Swirl first. So when there's a Hydro Slime, that Hydro Slime getting swirled will put out the Pyro Slimes, and then it looks at Hydro. Because there's no Pyro anymore.
Stronger. You asked for it. Stop right this.
Overrule.
Huh. But yeah.
Think you can get away?
Yeah, the problem here is that they're too squishy.
Reconstitute. Here we go.
Locked up.
So they just die too fast, and then I don't have Pyro Up anymore, because the next wave doesn't spawn in the same spot.
Time for takeoff. Light it up. Teamwork is. This will brighten up the place.
Target acquired.
Bow before your king. Think you can get away?
I mean, it's still not awful, but
Everybody stand. Fresh and floral.
it's not a floor 11 team, you know?
Acquired.
It's gonna be good for floor 12 chambers that are AoE, but it's not actually AoE focused enough for a chamber like this.
Time for takeoff.
I can just kill it with this. To replace Gage with Kazuha? I mean, the thing is, like, let me open Omni Cat. In an abyss like this one, a team like this would be really powerful, right? It would also be fine in an abyss like this one. It's just that floor 11 enemies are actually so squishy that you can kill like 4 waves in a rotation, right? And this specific floor 11 has enemies spawning far away from each other. Anyways, let's keep looking at the other Knight stuff. Is there anything else that like would be all that like particularly surprising? What the fuck is this team? Okay, this is not a 29-second rotation. They're lying. What? Alright, like, Farina's skill happens at 0 seconds. Alright, what's it called again? Salon Solitaire. First one at 0? Oh. Fuck. Oh, I can look at the bubble, actually. Uzia bubble. The next is at 21. The next is at 41. The next is at... Like, this is 22nd. This is not 29 seconds. I think this is a typo. Because this is clearly 20-second rotations. Okay, because I was like, what the how do you end up with a 29-second rotation with a team like that? You don't. Okay. That's all we needed to know. Yeah. I'm actually somewhat curious about something. So let me check. Let me check something. White TF Knight? Wait, is there a TF Knight? There is. That's so funny. Kind of based. Based. Okay, let's put Knight. Charlene, Bennett, Farina. There's something I want to check for this team. Bennett. Farina.
I'll bring my seasonings.
Let's make sure we don't kill. Me when I dual blade. Can't really do much about Farina's damage. Because her weapon, unless I like go in artifacts, but I'm too lazy to do that. Alright. So. that should have been 4, but I keep forgetting Aeon Blight Drake hitbox is like omega cooked for Kinich. It does seem like 4 is like fairly reliable. As long as you're not against Aeon Blight Drake. And you're fucking unable to get to the blind spot because it decides to spin around in place instead of actually letting you go to the blind spot. Okay, that makes sense then. Yeah. I think the biggest thing when it comes to Kinich teams and like the best teams versus the like next best teams is it's difficult to get 5 short holds on Kinich's teams, right? And if you I'm too lazy to actually change it in the sim and figure out how they're writing it. But if we just remove the last spike, that's what it's called, right? A spike?
I'll whip one up in no time.
Oh, scale spiker. Scale spiker. So, first one is 200k, and 150k. That one didn't crit, lol W. 150k. Around 150k still. So you basically lose 150k damage per rotation on an 18-second rotation, right?
Nothing better to do.
That's 8k DPS. Doesn't it say minus 8k? Does it? No, it doesn't. This one says minus 8k, but it's a different team. But I guess it's also minus 8k here. Whatever. Point being, if you're missing your last shot, this goes from 81k to 73k, right? And it's mechanically difficult to get 5 shots. And if you look at the Farina team, it's at 68, which isn't that far behind 4-shot.
Is there time for a quick snack? I'll whip one up in no time.
4-shot in, like, burning. And this is more reliable. Like, 4-shot with Farina is more reliable than 5-shot with burning. Ugh. So, like,
We could go foraging for
a lot of the team building decisions when it comes to Kinich depend heavily on how good you are at playing him. Because, like, in teams that have permanent burning, you can get 5, but it's really difficult. In teams that have non-permanent burning, but some burning / burgeon with Farina, you can get 4 pretty reliably, but 5 is never happening. And in teams that don't have burning or burgeon whatsoever, you can get 3, but it's pretty hard, and most of the time you'll get 2. But the difference between 3 and 2 is pretty fucking big, you know? So it's like, yeah. Lit with black candles. It's killing me. Use a burst to get 5Es pretty easily, some rotations. Kind of, yeah. But yeah, you do run out of buff up time at the end if you do that, yeah. Alright, any other Dendro carries I should look at? I've already looked at Hytham stuff, Ganich stuff. Kave, I guess I can look at a bit more. Like, these are fake as fuck, man. That's the problem. This, yeah. Skyward Pride, that's so funny. Yeah, these things are all fairly unsurprising. Alright. And then, what else? What else do we want to look at? Definitely, right? So. Yeah, this team is like so, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of, yeah. Yeah. What's the rotation length of that team? Probably a 25-second rotation, right? That's the sim time. 100 seconds? That does seem like a 25-second rotation team. Tilhnari skill. Then Tilhnari skill again. Yeah. Yeah. And that's the biggest problem with Tilhnari is like he's capped out pretty low with his damage. What about C6 Tilhnari? It goes from 66k to 80k. Oh boy. But there's clearly a problem here, actually. Why is there a problem? Why did giving him constellations change things so much? C6 decreasing. Oh, you're right. C6 does decrease charging time. I forgot. I forgot. Oh yeah, so I guess you'd have to adjust things, huh? Yeah. So it probably goes to like 100k-ish. If you actually adjust things properly. Alright. But yeah. Like, the biggest problem with Tilnutty is like The way he's designed as a quick swap unit, right? Because he's a unit that has no off-field presence, but with fairly low field time for a unit with no off-field presence, right? So he's very clearly designed for quick swap. The problem is, even in the teams that maximize his damage, his personal DPS is lower than the characters that do their damage completely off-field, like Fischl, right? So you spend significantly more time on field to get less than you get from a unit that's actually good, like Fischl. How did his teams compare to the same one with Fischl? Well, his best team, 77k, right? With Farina, Kuki, Nahida. There's no sim for Fischl, fuck. Well, there's one with Singto. 78k? Oh. Anyways. At what constellation breakpoint would you say he becomes good? I don't know, man. I think even at C5 he's not very good. At C6 I'd say he is. Like, let's look at both the Hyperbloom one and the highest Wanderer Dhalmati one. 77k at C0. 84k at C5. It's a 10% difference from C0 to C5. Like, realistically, it's not that his cons don't do anything for his damage before C6. It's that he's balanced in a way where his personal damage is so low that even an increase of, it's at 26k at C5, $20k C0, so even a 25% increase in his personal damage is barely a 10% increase in team DPS. And this one goes from 66 72. We might be slightly overcapped on crit. No, we're not. Right? But yeah. I think I'm ready to start recording. Everyone say hi to YouTube.
Let's go gather some.
Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi to the third part of my video series on the best team for each carry. And today we're going to be talking about Dendro carries. Yes, this is the third part, okay? That April Fool's video doesn't count. There are not that many Dendro carries, so this video is likely going to end up being a bit shorter. Or actually, no. There are not that many dedicated carries in the Dendro element because of the design and balance of Dendro reactions. And so because of that, I've decided that the Dendro carries video is also going to have Hyper Bloom teams and Burgeon teams and Bloom teams. Even the ones that don't have a dedicated carry. I'll obviously still talk about the Dendro team options of, I don't know, like, Moalani, you can use, like, Burn Vape teams, but point being, like, the teams that don't really have any character on the team that is what people would call a carry, like the Hyperloom teams with, like, Nahida, Kuki, Singso, Yelan, these are going to be included in this video. Because they're kind of Dendro teams, and because there's just less Dendro carries than most other elements, so this is probably the best video to include these in. But that's not what we're going to start with. What we're going to start with is Kinich. And it feels kind of weird to start with Kinich because Kinich is probably the least Dendro carry. So, quick reminder for what Kinich does. Kinich skill makes him spin around enemies, charge up his Scale Spiker shot by filling up his Night Soul bar. Once the Night Soul bar is full, he can use his Scale Spiker shot to deal massive damage, and then start charging it up again by spinning. Level 1 burst, yeah, we don't talk about that. Kinich is a character that has fairly high motion value with pretty average ICD stuff, which means that he is pulled in the direction of teams that focus on buffing him more than teams that focus on reactions. My Kinich isn't that high investment, so I'll have to show you on Amber. But talent level 9 Kinich skill, 1168% motion value. Talent level 10, 1237. This number's pretty big, and you can get multiple of them per rotation. But how many of them can you get? By default, you can get 2 to 3. So let's go and show that. If all you do is spin around and go to the blind spot zones,
Locked up.
1, 2, can't get the third one here. That being said, you can speed up his scale spiker shot animation time by, instead of tapping the skill, holding it and immediately releasing it. Right? Because you can, when the scale spiker shot is ready, you can hold it to aim. But if you start holding and immediately release, it's actually faster than if you just tap.
Target acquired.
In other words, you can get 3 tap skills by default, as long as you go towards the blind spot and you do a short hold on his skill. That's not the only way though. His burst pauses his skill timer, but he still generates Night Soul from the Night Soul generation over time during the burst animation, which means that if you burst in the middle of your skill, it helps you get that third one more easily, even without doing a short hold. You might be able to get 3 like this. Obviously, though, that's just by default, using the blind spots. But Kniech has 2 ways of generating additional Night Soul, right? The blind spot, but also reactions. Burning and Burgeon. And with Burning and Burgeon, you generate more Night Soul, so you can end up with more total scale spiker shots. The question is, how many can you get? Obviously, because Tulpa is innate Hydro Aura, we can't trigger Burning on it, so if I want to show this, we're gonna have to go to another enemy. But Blight Drake hitbox is fucking bugged as hell for Kniech, so we're gonna go to something else. Can't use my favorite testing dummy. Gotta use something else. Saj.
Ready to ride.
Points for agility.
Rev the engines.
Probably shouldn't have done that, because now my skill is on cooldown. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. So, by default, if you just do the tap skill on Kniech, with Burning on the enemy,
Target acquired.
you can get 4, but you won't be able to get a 5th one. If you do the same thing, let me heal up a little.
Are you running away?
If you do the same thing, but you add a burst in the middle, you'll be able to get 5.
Locked up.
Oops. I'm fucking bad. I wasn't able to get 5 because I wasn't paying enough attention and I didn't go the right way for the blind spots. Tragic.
Rise with the sun.
I got him cornered.
Why did I do a short hold? Whatever, it's fine.
The Lord of the Night.
I didn't get 5 again.
Light it up.
And now I'm gonna need some energy.
Target acquired.
What? know why it's so hard against Simon to get 5. Other enemies, I don't tend to struggle that much, but with Simon, I feel like it's so hard.
10 points for agility.
Burn it down.
At the sight.
Locked up. Shadow Pest. Mind the command.
How was that not it, man? Giving up. I just want to give up, man. Whatever. Editors, I will put you in charge of finding footage of me doing 5, because I can't be bothered. Thank you. Anyways, so you can use burst to cheat out a 5th one. Just use the Primo Bishop. But I don't want to waste a fucking waypoint to put there. And I'm not walking there every time. Anyways. You can also...
Light it up.
I got him cornered.
What the fuck? I'm an idiot. Do Jade Plume Terrace Room? Maybe that would be better. I don't know. I kinda... What do you burst after his first kill shot? It doesn't matter which one you do it after.
Claim these souls.
Anyways. You can get 5 a lot more reliably by doing short hold. And if you're good enough, you can even get 5 without using the burst if you're doing short hold. However, it's difficult. And that's really where a lot of the variance in Knight teams comes from.
Jealous of my sunglasses now. And no, you can't borrow.
If you're able to reliably get 5 shots, Knight is a fairly strong carry. But keep in mind, with your shots dealing so much more damage than your pew-pews in between, losing 1 shot is effectively the equivalent of losing a 5th of your damage almost. A little bit less, but still. And because Knight teams often have a few characters buffing him, rather than doing that much off-field damage, that's a pretty big hit to your team DPS. Now, why am I bringing this up in the video about the best teams for each carry? It's because the difficulty of getting the maximum amount of shots for Knight is very dependent on which teams it is. In other words, getting 5 shots in a burning team is not the same level of difficulty as getting 3 shots in a team that doesn't have a favorable reaction, or getting 4 shots in a Burgeon team. In my experience, the hardest one is the 5 shots in a burning team. Technically, I think 6 shots is possible if you do frame perfect short holds and you use the burst, but I've never managed to do it a single time. And even with as good as humanly possible reaction time, you have to wait a little bit in between firing your shot and pew-pewing if you want to guarantee that you're going in the right direction for the blind spot. Which means that you won't be able to do frame perfect stuff unless you rely on 50-50ing the blind spot in the same direction as you're going. So good fucking luck for that. Good luck with that, buddy. Good luck with that. Anyway, but still, 5 shots, in my experience, is actually fairly difficult to do. In his burning teams. In the non-reaction teams, or like the teams where you don't have burning or virgin, it's a lot easier to get to the upper limit because you don't have to deal with the RNG of the blind spot or perfect reaction time, because the slower night soul generation means that even if you go in the wrong direction for the blind spot, you can just change direction afterwards and get to the blind spot before it gets to the point where your night soul bar would have been full if you went to the blind spot initially. And so it's more reliable for that one, but you're still reliant on doing cancels. And finally, in Virgin teams, you tend to be able to do 4 very reliably. Even without short hold cancels. And 5 is pretty much too unreliable. And so, when I do my assumptions for Kanish teams, what I'm assuming is, for the burning teams, 5E. For the Virgin teams, 4E. And for the other teams, 3E. But 5E here is quite difficult. 4E here is pretty easy. And 3E here is medium difficulty. And what that means is that a lot of people are not going to get this. They're actually going to get 4E in this team and 2E in this one. And that's going to significantly impact the ranking of his teams relative to one another. With all of that, like, preamble out of the way, let's talk about those teams. So, when it comes to his burning teams, right? The teams where you maintain good burning uptime on enemies, what are your options? So, Kanish, as I've mentioned earlier, is a character who doesn't care too much about specific reactions other than, or like, who doesn't care too much about reaction damage. What he cares about is getting the burning for night soul generation, but burning damage isn't helping. Burning reaction doesn't give you an aura for anything important for him. It's just for his passive, right? Which means that the teammates that are good with him are going to be very straightforward. It's just going to be characters that either give him buffs or deal damage themselves. So what are the characters that give him buffs or deal damage themselves that will work with him? Obvious ones, obviously, Bennett. Bennett is giving you pretty big attack buff for Kanish. Fairly strong. Emily gives you all field damage with effectively the same condition as Kanish, which means that if you're fulfilling the burning condition for Kanish, you're also fulfilling the burning condition for Emily. Xiangling helps you with your burning uptime, gives you a bit of damage. Eon-san, pretty big attack buff, and Kanish moves enough to keep her buff capped out pretty easily. Mawika, similar reason to Xiangling, with an additional damage percent buff. And that's pretty much it for, like, the obvious ones. But that's not where it ends. Because obviously, none of these characters give you defensive utility outside of healing. Right? You don't have any external source of resistance to interruption. Which means that if you're struggling defensively, you can also consider more defensive focused options like Deya, like Toma, like Xinyan, all that good stuff. Here's the thing, though. When it comes to burning enemies have weird aura bullshit happening on them. They have the Dendro aura applied by your Dendro characters, which is just going to be whatever amount of Dendro you're applying. And while enemies are burning, that Dendro aura is the fuel for the burning, so it gets depleted fairly quickly. You also have the Pyro aura from your Pyro characters. But then on top of those two, you also have a special burning aura. And that burning aura is stronger than pretty much every source of Pyro aura you can get. Except the weird swirl bullshit. But we're not talking about weird swirl bullshit right now. It's an untaxed 2 units of Pyro. Which effectively means you have a strong Pyro aura that won't necessarily disappear if you trigger reactions. Right? That's effectively what this burning reaction is. And that special burning aura allows you to use certain characters that are not Dendro Pyro without losing your Pyro or burning aura, and therefore without losing the Night Soul you need on Kanichi.
Where to?
Good example of that, the Auroron. Auroron has some off-field Electro, but it's not the fastest. And because of that, as long as you also have some...
Go! You're free now! Locked up!
Okay.
Time for you to pay the price.
That's kind of cringe. This is why I didn't want to do testing on Aeon Blight Drake, by the way. God, I fucking... I forbore.
Don't forget to stay hydrated.
And now my fucking... Channeling burst is empty. God damn it, man. Pisses me off. There's an enemy right behind you? Yeah, but it's gonna die. I don't want an enemy that dies instantly. I can't show a rotation on that.
Farewell.
Whatever.
Time to say hello. I got him cornered.
Okay. My Pyronado decided to be really mean there. But anyways, because your burning aura is significantly stronger than the average Pyro aura, as long as you have some additional off-field Pyro, you can use characters like Auroron that don't have insanely fast off-field application and still have good burning uptime. So what are those characters that are like potential considerations that don't ruin your team and that do have some synergy with Kenichi's teams? So we've already said Oreron, of course. But obviously Oreron isn't the only one. You can consider Fischl, so it's a little more questionable. You can use the cryo characters if you want. The fact that Kenichi can slot in cryo characters means that he doesn't get punished too hard when enemies have cryo needs. Like against the Swan-Ni, for example. Kenichi was pretty good in that Swan-Ni Abyss. Once Escoffier comes out, you'll be able to use Escoffier. Citlali, obviously. Who's less about the damage, but does give you a nice buff and potentially allow you to melt Maoika if you're using Citlali and Maoika, but at that point, that's barely a Kenichi team anymore. Anyways. But yeah, I'd say that, as a general rule, Kenichi's best team is his burning team options. But that's assuming you do 5e. If you don't do 5e, there's actually not that much of a difference between the burning Kenichi teams and his more weird team options that include other stuff. You look at the Burgeon teams, or like the pseudo-Burgeon teams with Farina. And they're not that far behind. Now, dedicated Burgeon, right? A team where you have like a pyro character with relatively slow application, so you can trigger enough blooms, and a hydro character with fast application. So something like this, for example, unfortunately isn't that good. Because Burgeon just isn't that strong, unfortunately. It just is what it is. It's the reality of things. But teams that are not really Burgeon teams, but rather just teams with the units that work well with Kenichi, that just so happens to have some Burgeons in them, like this one, are actually fairly good. And finally, for Kenichi, you have the non-burning team options. And honestly, I think they're underrated. I don't think they're necessarily as good as the burning teams, but I think they're a lot closer to the burning teams than most people realize. So what are your options for the non-burning Kenichi teams? Well, mainly, it's Quicken teams and Hyperloom teams, or Quick Bloom teams, right? So you're either doing something with, like, Fischl Oreron, where the heck is Oreron? There he is. Something like this, with the last slot being somewhat flexible with, like, maybe Nahida, maybe Zhongli, maybe Bennett. I'm actually curious of which one of the Kenichi sims for Quicken is the highest one. Is the Nahida one. Both Jolie and Bennett are like fine. Anyways. But yeah, these teams are a bit weaker than the Burning teams. But if you need Bennett on your other side, they're not bad. The damage that Kinich gets from the Quicken Aura isn't that much. But he still gets reasonable personal damage just from his outright motion value. And both Fischl and Auroron are doing a decent amount of damage thanks to the Quicken Aura and the amount of aggravates they're triggering. Which makes those teams just pretty reasonable options. And obviously you have the Hyper Bloom stuff. With like something like this. Which, again, aren't really teams that are that synergistic with Kinich. But the Hyperloom 3-unit core is fairly strong. And Kinich has okay synergy in this team because he uses enough normal attack inputs to get a good amount of rain swords. Even if his skill isn't normal attack damage, it still counts as a normal attack input for Xingqiu Burst. And just in terms of DPS, these teams are not far behind Kinich's optimal burning teams. They can start being noticeably behind with like perfectly min-maxed Kinich teams with Mawiko where you reliably get 5 skills. But like I was talking about earlier, it's difficult to reliably get 5 skills, and they're actually not that far behind 4 skills even with Mawiko. All of that being said though, this is assuming KQM standard level investment, which is effectively pretty decent but not outstanding artifacts. 4-star weapons, C0 characters. And the presence of constellations and or very, very good artifacts can skew things and change the way teams relate to one another. Hyperbloom specifically is an archetype that gets stronger from one stat mainly for the Hyperbloom damage, which is EM. And where that stat falls off pretty heavily once you start having a lot of it. Because it's not a linear formula for EM for reaction damage with EM. And so because of that, the stat assumptions for KQM standard Hyperbloom are pretty favorable. And you'll get like, at least on your Hyperbloom damage specifically, you'll get like 90% of a perfect build. Just, or from KQM standard. Whereas on characters that deal talent damage, that scale with crit, that scale with like either attack, HP, or defense, because you're scaling from multiple different things, and they're at least pseudo-linear, or better, in terms of how they scale once you stack a lot of them. And because those stats multiply together, it effectively means that KQM standard level investment is pretty far behind what a perfect build would be. We can actually take a look at what happens if you take KQM standard Kinich and you replace it with perfect artifacts Kniech. Right, near perfect artifacts Kniech. Right? So let's assume $30 crit rolls, maybe? $30 crit rolls, 4 attack rolls. Right? So Kniech personal damage, 62k, 63k. If we go from that to near perfect artifacts, $63k becomes $73k. Not possible to have 30 crit rolls? What do you mean? You can have up to 7 on each. Because I think you're forgetting that artifact can be 4-liners. It's not possible to have 30 crit damage rolls, but if you're including crit damage and crit rate, you can start with 2 and roll 5 times, so that's 7. And on Circlet, you start with 1, but you can roll 5 times, so that's 6. Anyways, his damage goes up by like 15%. Going from Kikyo and Standard to Near Perfect Artifacts. And if you look at Hyper Bloom, alright, Raiden damage, 37.7. And if we change this to 240 EM, 120 EM on Flower and Feather, goes up to 39.7k, yeah. The 90% was completely off. And so it's a 5% increase. Basically, if you're a dedicated Kniech player, a dedicated Kniech main, you really like Kniech, you will likely farm until you have that level of really, really good artifacts. And if you do, then the Hyperloom teams gain less. On top of that, if you're going for signatures and or constellations on Kniech, it will favor teams where Kniech represents a larger portion of the team DPS. Because the percentage increase from a constellation or a signature weapon is fairly similar when it comes to Kniech's personal damage across the teams. But a 5% increase to 20k DPS is much smaller than a 5% increase to 60k DPS. And so those Hyperbloom teams where Kniech is doing 20k benefit a lot less from constellations than those Burning teams where he's doing 60. Right? 60k in this one, 20k in this one. So all of this to say, right, if you're a very, very dedicated Kniech player, you really do want to lean into the, like, intended playstyle for him with Burning. But if Kniech is just one of the many characters you have, and you like him, but not enough to stay stuck in Obsidian Codex for the rest of your life, and get cons on him or whatever, and you want to know, okay, well, Am I completely cooked if I want to play Kanich, but my Bennett and Mawika are busy on the other team because I also like playing Mawika carry? No, you can do Hyper Bloom, and it's not actually that much worse unless you're at really, really high investment. Yeah, that pretty much does it for Kanich. So now, let's talk about Alhaitham. And Alhaitham is the other real Dendro carry. Outside of Kanich and Alhaitham, there aren't really any proper dedicated Dendro carries that aren't kind of ass. Should I borrow an account that has Alhaitham? Actually, no, I can go in Taiwan. Yeah, I can go in the Taiwan account. Anyways, Alhaitham is a character that, unlike Kanich, doesn't have
How long will this
a fucking passive that tells you, hey, this is the reaction you need to play. The things that make Alhaitham specifically good or bad in specific archetypes is not passives that outright tell you this is what you need to do. It's just the stats he scale with and how his ICD lines up. Alhaitham is a character who has attack and EM scaling directly, and on top of that, he also increases his own damage percent based on his EM. So he effectively double dips on his EM in terms of how it increases his damage. So because of that, you're incentivized to build a lot of EM on him. And on top of that, he also has pretty good ICD on his things. So let me... Oh wait, I should have kept the Honda G open. So, Alhaitham's damage comes from a mix of his normal charge attacks and his mirror coordinated attacks. Those mirror coordinated attacks happen from doing normal and charge attacks, and they hit a different amount of times depending on how many mirrors you have, right? He gains 2 mirrors from using skill, 1 mirror from using a charged attack. Oh, sorry, it's... Right, okay. He gains 1 or 2 mirrors from using skill, 2 if you start from 0, 1 if you're not at 0. He gains 1 mirror from charge or plunge attacks, up to once every 12 seconds. And he basically reverses his mirrors. He mirrors his mirrors when he uses burst. So if he's at 0 when he uses it, he gains 3. If he's at 1, he goes to 2. If he's at 2, he goes to 1. And if he's at 3, he goes to 0. His skill cooldown is 18 seconds. Burst cooldown, 18 seconds. And passive cooldown on the mirror from plunge or charge attack is 12. All of these things together mean that he effectively has 2 main ways of being played. Option number 1. You start with your burst, so you can immediately start with 3 mirrors. You attack until you get close to 2, and then you do a charge attack to get your mirror back. keep attacking, and then do a skill. Wait, actually, yeah. And then do a skill to get your mirror back from the skill. Now, your skill and your burst cooldown are the same amount, and your passive cooldown is shorter, which means that doing something like this allows you to get... You can generally get 2 mirror procs per, like, mirror generation. Because they last 4 seconds, with the interval being 1.6, but it doesn't happen every 1.6 seconds. It happens as a coordinated attack up to once every 1.6 seconds, so in practice it's closer to like 1.8 or 2. So you effectively get 2 procs. Oh my god. I can't show things here, can I? Do I have a waypoint? What even is that? My goodness. I haven't logged into this account in a while. I do have a waypoint. Okay. Let's go here. Ancient expiration, yeah. Yo.
Well, that sounds
I wonder how cooked this account would be for this abyss. Probably pretty fucking cooked, actually. You got Hyperloom? Yeah, but I don't got a second team. My Cookie's not leveled. And I don't really have a team I can do on the other side other than ride a national. Just abuse the C2 Nahida, true. At least now I have C6 Strand Lane. Or C4 Strand Lane. Anyways, let me put a waypoint down here. Is he on 5 right now? He is, Paul. Okay. Do I have a shielder? So I don't have to think. Not leveled, no. Cooked. Alright. But yeah, so this is his default combo, right? You burst, and then you start attacking, get 1 proc, get a 2nd proc, do a charge attack to refresh, get a 3rd proc, get a 4th proc, do a skill to refresh, get a 5th proc, and then get a 6th proc. And then you can optionally keep going with 2 mirror procs and 1 mirror procs, but you can get a total of 6 instances of a 3 mirror proc. That's the first way you can play him. But it's not the only one. Because his passive cooldown is 12 seconds, not 18. What that means is that you can adapt your rotation and split up his uptime in 2. If the supports you're using allow for you to do rotations that are longer, if you're using Fischl, for example, who has a 12-second duration Oz that you can do twice, lines up very well with 25-second rotations. You can split up Alhaitham's uptime in 2, and if you do, you can get 2 procs of this.
Wait.
And what that allows you to do is, because when you start from 0, your skill gives you 2 instead of 1 mirror. And because if you hold his skill, it always puts you in the air. Even if you hold it while aiming at the ground. You can do a plunge attack like that, and that plunge attack gives you the mirror and procs your first mirror. And then you can get a second one. Also, editors, I think I might have goofed, but I forgot what I said, so you'll have to make it make sense. Anyways, so you can get 2 mirror attacks like this. And then optionally keep going on 2 mirrors. And then swap out, go refresh whatever buffs you have, and then back to him. And you can get another 2 mirror procs, and then do a charge attack to refresh your mirror. And you can still end up getting 4 procs of the 3 mirror coordinated attack. So you still end up with a total of 6 3 mirror attacks. The advantage of something like this is obviously that you get to split your uptime. And splitting your uptime allows you to go refresh buffs or refresh off-field damage abilities. In practice, a lot of Alhaitham teams do the single uptime rotation, and a lot do the split uptime rotation. And the main factor that decides which one you do tends to be whether Fischl is on the team or not. Even when you do single uptime, or when you do split uptime, you often stay on Alhaitham and do some 2 mirror attacks instead of 3 mirror attacks. 3 mirror attacks are much, much better because of his ICD. Alhaitham's internal cooldown is fucking weird. His time rule is basically infinite amount of time. So you can effectively think of him as not having a time rule and only having a hit rule, which means his ICD is decided entirely by the number of coordinated attacks. Which means when you get 3 mirrors instead of 2, you get 3 hits instead of 2, which means you get 50% more spreads. You'll get spread on the first hit, then on the third hit for the first mirror proc, and then the second mirror proc, you'll get spread on the 5th hit. So you get 3 spreads every 2 mirror procs at 3 mirrors. Then same thing again. And once you fall to 2 mirrors, you only get 1 per proc. It's still not bad to do 2 mirror procs, but it is noticeably worse. On top of the fact that you obviously have 1 less hit of the damage itself. Anyways. All in all, Alhaitham is not a character that has particularly outstanding ratios or like ICD that allow him to have an incredible amount of personal damage. If you look at the Alhaitham teams that are the most focused on his personal damage, which are his Quicken teams, obviously, or maybe the Quigbloom teams with good Electro uptime are pretty good. Maybe this one. Yeah, this one's 25k. It's probably the Lisa one, right? Yeah. This one, like, upwards of, like, 45k. In teams that are heavily focused on his personal damage. So the reality is that 45k is not enough to solo carry a team anymore. And what that means is that you're going to need to have your team built in a way where you don't need to rely entirely on Alhaitham's damage to clear things. But that actually makes a lot of sense. When you look at the way that reactions work, for most reactions, it's fairly straightforward. You apply an element, it creates that aura on an enemy. So if you apply Hydro to an enemy, they now have a Hydro aura on them. After that, you apply a different element, and if there's an element that hits a different element on an enemy, that triggers a reaction and removes the aura. When you trigger Quicken, however, it does not remove the aura. Or, I mean, technically it does remove the aura, but it then creates a Quicken aura. And the Quicken aura does not get removed or even reduced by triggering Spread or Aggravate. And what that means is that you don't have a character on your team that's a dedicated aura character. When you're doing a Vape team, for example, if you're doing like Xingqiu Hu Tao, Hu Tao's reacting, Xingqiu isn't. In a Quicken team, once you've triggered Quicken once, every single Electro and Dendro application triggers, respectively, Spread and Aggravate. Or Aggravate and Spread. I don't know which order I said them in. Whatever. What's going on with his leg, actually? Yeah, what the fuck? La hype him. Holy fuck. Yeah, what that means is that by design, the Quicken reaction lends itself much better to teams that split their damage between different characters. Because you're guaranteed that every Electro and Dendro character that applies some element will be able to trigger their respective reactions. Because of that, it makes a lot of sense for a character like Alhaitham to have lower personal damage than a character like, I don't know, Arlecchino. So, how does this translate to the strengths of his team and how they compare to one another? I gotta fucking okay. Well, as a Dendro character who doesn't quite have enough personal damage to solo carry a team, it effectively already disqualifies any non-reaction team. Like, Mono Dendro is not a real thing. And it also disqualifies teams where you rely heavily on stat buffs, like the teams you do for Knight, for example. Something like fucking Benedion-san, Emily, no. Not happening. Sorry, bucko. So what's left? Well, what's left is the Dendro reaction teams, with the Dendro reactions that actually do damage, which means Hyperbloom, Burgeon, Quicken, and Nilo, right? Let's get Burgeon out of the way. Burgeon kind of sucks. We still don't have characters that are actually properly dedicated to the Burgeon reactions. To the Burgeon reaction, and by default, the presence of burning in your Burgeon teams makes things harder for you. So, don't bother. And so what's left is Hyperbloom, Quicken, and Nilo Bloom. The most popular Alhaitham teams are the Hyperbloom ones. Hyperbloom or Quickbloom, and Quickbloom is effectively a Hyperbloom team where your Hydro application is slow enough that you don't wipe out your Quicken aura too quickly, and you still trigger some spreads and aggravates. And most people end up playing Alhaitham in Alhaitham, Kuki, Nahida, Hydra. With that Hydro slot being anything that has off-field Hydro. Whether it's something like Xingqiu that allows you to have more Hyperloom damage with very fast Hydro, or something like Farina, which I don't have in this account, that allows you to have more quicken damage with the damage percent buff and the slower hydro, but less hyper bloom damage. And honestly, those teams are pretty similar to one another. The Farina teams are a little bit stronger in terms of damage, but obviously you have a lot less defensive utility. And you're a lot more reliant on your mirror damage. So if you get staggered or whatever, you get punished harder. All in all, if you like Alhaitham, these are generally the teams I would recommend. But there are also teams that don't have that much personal damage coming from Alhaitham. Even the ones with Farina have Alhaitham doing like 30% of the team DPS. Right? The real carry on your team is your Electro, whether it be Cookie or Raiden. And so, if you want a team where Alhaitham is the one actually carrying the team, even if it's not 100% of the team DPS, if you want his personal damage to be as high as it possibly can, you'll want to look at the Quicken teams, which are worse than the Hyperbloom teams, but they're not that much worse. The biggest downside when it comes to Quicken Alhaitham teams is that as of early May 2025, we don't really have Dendro or Electro units that are specifically targeting spread as a team archetype. There aren't really Electro or Dendro units outside of Alhaitham himself, or like, I guess, Definitely to some extent, but like, there aren't really supports that have particularly great synergy in Quicken teams that focus on Dendro damage dealers. We don't have Electro buffers that give good buffs to Dendro carries. We don't have Electro off-fielders that have good synergy with the Dendro on-fielders. When you look at the Quicken teams, the more popular ones, it's mostly the Electro carries, and the main reason for that is because of Fischl. Fischl's Ascension 4 passive, and I've talked about this quite a bit on the Electro carries video, but quick reminder. It hits with Electro when you trigger an Electro-related reaction, but because of the way that Quicken works, like I said earlier, your hits don't wipe out your aura, which effectively means that because Fischl's A4 doesn't have ICD, every time you trigger an Electro-related reaction, you get an additional hit and aggravate from Fischl. So every aggravate that you get on your carry effectively becomes 2 aggravates. One on your carry, one on Fischl. And because of that, when you look at the Quicken team damage distributions, the ones with Electro carries, I'm too lazy to fucking scroll all the way down. Let's look at a couple. Look at Clavine, sure. Alright, with Sethos, Fischl doing 40% of the team DPS. Clavine, Fischl doing over 40% of the team DPS. Almost as much as Clavine herself. Point being, Fischl does a lot for those Electro-focused, or for those Quicken-focused Electro carries. The thing is, spread is not coded as an Electro-related elemental reaction. Dendro isn't reacting with Electro, it's reacting with Quicken. And Quicken is not an Electro aura. Which means that while Electro carries get a lot of Fischl A4 procs, because Aggravate is an Electro reaction, it's Electro on Quicken, Dendro carries don't. The only way that a Dendro carry will end up triggering Fischl's Ascension 4 is if you have so much off-field Electro that you end up with a hidden underlying Electro Aura inside the Quicken. And you end up triggering both Quicken and Spread with your Dendro attack. But with Alhaitham, because his Dendro is so fast, that's never happening. Right, in a Chlorine team, Fischl's Ascension 4 is doing 15k DPS, 16k DPS. In an Alhaitham team, less than 5k. It's almost 4 times less. You still get a few, because Fischl herself triggers Aggravate when she presses skill. Lisa, in this one, triggers Aggravate when she uses her attacks. But you get the point, right? Fischl is a very good off-field damage dealer for Electro carries in Quicken teams, but not for Dendro carries. And unfortunately, there is no Electro or Dendro character that does anywhere near as much for Spread teams as Fischl does in Aggravate teams. Which effectively means the lack of strong synergistic supports forces you to play either weak supports or unsynergistic strong supports. In my opinion, the current strongest Alhaitham Quicken team is Alhaitham, Nahida, Fischl, Eonsan. Eonsan gives an attack buff, which doesn't do that much for Alhaitham. But Eonsan is very strong, and with the damage buff from Cinder City, and with the fact that Fischl actually benefits from that attack buff, it's still pretty good. And then Fischl doesn't get a lot of aggravate damage. But she's still good enough to be better than your other alternatives. Those teams tend to be a bit worse than the Hyperloom teams. And they're a lot harder to play. They're actually often, right, like I said earlier, you're reliant, when you're using Fischl as a significant source of damage in your team, you're reliant on getting 2 Auses per rotation, which means you have to do the split uptime rotations, which have a lot more room for error. Or, which punish you a lot harder for doing, or for making mistakes in your rotations. You can use other Electro units. You can use characters like Yai, like Kuki. I've already talked about Lisa. You can use Beto. She's pretty decent defensive utility. But unfortunately, those characters are all quite a bit weaker. Kuki's not a bad character, but in Quicken, she does a lot less, right? And so you'll find yourself in a situation where it's not all that great. And finally, the last sort of Alhaitham teams is Nilo teams. And I will say, I do think people slightly underestimate Alhaitham with Nilo, despite the fact that I don't like it. In my eyes, I feel like if you're going for Alhaitham, why the fuck are you putting him on a Nilo team? And if you're going for Nilo, why the fuck are you using Alhaitham? when you look at Nilo teams and how they perform compared to one another, the reality is that there's honestly not that much difference between all your Nilo options in AoE, as long as you're using Nilo plus Nahida. Technically, if you're assuming unrealistic bullshit with Syncto orbitals, Syncto is like significantly ahead of the other Hydros, but honestly, I don't think that's something that you should assume realistically. All right, I'm all for being a fucking Syncto salesman. Okay, if you've been here for a while, you know how much I've valued Syncto over the years. But the Syncto being the best option by far in Nilo teams that is shown in like GC Sim and stuff like that, to me it's not a realistic assumption. It's not something that I think is very reasonable. Because it's way too optimistic for Syncto orbitals. Anyways, the biggest problem you can encounter in Nilo teams is what happens if you don't have Nahida. If you don't have Nahida, your Nilo teams fucking tank. They become so much worse. And in my eyes, that's where Al-Hytham comes in. The teams that use Al-Hytham with like Syncto Yao Yao or some shit like that aren't that much worse than the Nilo ones. Or than the Nahida ones. They are worse. You are better off using Nahida. But for someone who doesn't have Nahida, or someone who doesn't like Nahida because you think she's ugly, and wants to use something else, Al-Hytham is actually a fairly decent option in a team like this. Obviously, him having actual field time requirements means that your healing has to come from an off-field character rather than an on-field one, so you can't really use like the on-field Kokomi stuff that you can do with Nahida. But that is potentially not that big of a problem. In terms of how the Al-Hytham teams for Nilo compared to non-Nilo Al-Hytham teams, as a general rule, they're worse in single target, and they're not noticeably better in AoE. They're pretty similar in AoE. So to me, it's more something you do if you want to play Nilo but you don't have Nahida, than something you do to make Al-Hytham good in AoE. Because it's not even that much better in AoE than his default teams. And so, overall conclusion on Al-Hytham, his best team is either Hyper Bloom or Quick Bloom. But you can make him work in both Quicken and Nilo, depending on what exactly you want out of him. Oh, alright. Might as well. Plus 300. I guess one thing that's also worth mentioning, if you do not own Nahida for Alhaitham, his best team is generally going to be Hyperbloom, whether you do double Hydro or single Hydro with Fischl. You can also do double Dendro with a defensive option, but oh well. DMC not good. I mean, you can use DMC too, but you don't get the upside of defensive utility. And DMC is like a lot worse than using Fischl. So, Alright. Next is Kaveh. Oh boy. The Kaveh section is gonna be short. Honestly, Kaveh isn't that bad. Like, Kaveh's bad, don't get me wrong. But he's not that bad. Kaveh's ICD is not all that great. Kaveh's motion value is pretty dog shit. What does Kaveh have going for him? Self-healing. And that's pretty much it. What that means is that he can fulfill the role of your healer in a Nilo team. But only self-healing. And only in teams where you get your applications from off-field characters. Technically, though, Kaveh is part of Nilo's best team at C0. Because of how powerful Singso can be in the optimal case scenario with Nilo. Because Nahida's a lot better than the alternatives. You're kind of already committed to Nilo, Singso, Nahida. And neither of those three characters need to be on field to do their job, which means that a character that needs to be on field to do their job isn't a downside for the last slot. And in a case like that, using Kaveh as your healing option instead of Baiju just outright is more damage. And also better AoE application. But there's also an incredibly small difference between using Kaveh and using pretty much anything else in those teams. So he's far from important there. And his lack of team-wide healing makes him harder to pilot, because damage you take on Nahida, Singso, and Nilo is effectively permanent, unless you get Singso orbital healing on them, which won't happen. Be honest with yourself.
Where's my key? Not again.
Outside of Nilo team, Kaveh is effectively just a Dendro on-fielder with very little damage. You don't really want to use him in Quicken teams because he has the same problems as Alhaitham, but on top of that, he does pretty much no damage himself, so he's just going to be significantly worse. In Hyperbloom teams, you can use him because he has enough application to be useful, but it is less application than a character like Alhaitham, so it's worse. And his skill and burst make bloom seeds explode, so if you're hitting seeds with them, you get a bloom instead of a hyper bloom, but your hydro characters aren't built with EM, so your blooms don't do that much damage. On top of the fact that Bloom base damage is lower than Hyper Bloom. And then outside of that, you can do him in Pyro Plunge, I guess, because he's a fucking melee character. And technically, Kaveh is the Claymore character that has the fastest plunge animation. It's actually noticeably faster than other Claymores. But Xianyun only lets you do 8 plunges anyways, and even characters with slower plunges don't tend to struggle to get all 8. So it doesn't really matter. Which means the only real upside of Plunge Kaveh is that you get to do the you get to see the funny little ooh ouchie hand hurt animation that he does after a plunge attack. Which is very funny. But you have to not move for like 2 seconds after a plunge attack to see it, so it doesn't even fucking happen, man. Anyways. Tragic, but it is what it is. And yeah, that's pretty much it for Kaveh teams. Next up is Tirnari. Now, I'm sure there was a few people that when I said that Hytham was the second and pretty much last real Dendro carry, gave me a side eye. Maybe went down to the comments and started angrily typing a correction, a mean message. Here's the thing about Tirnari, okay? The unfortunate reality with him is that
I'll lead the way.
even if you give Tirnari pretty much all the buffs you can give him, the total output that you can get from him is barely on the same level as good off-fielders. Tirnari is a character who is designed to function in quick swap teams. Right? By default, Tirnari can do a skill, a burst, and then 3 quick charge shots. But after that, he just stares at the enemy. Getting an unbuffed charge shot on Tirnari takes way too long to even be worth considering. So you get the 3 free charge shots from his skill, and that's it. So what that means is that he can spend, I'm gonna swap into him at 55.
I hear everything. Keep up.
Right? He gets like about 5 seconds of uptime. That was not perfect gameplay at all. You can get it in a little less than that. I'll swap at 57 then.
One with the force. Let's nip that in the bud.
Yeah. Alright, it's still about 5, because I'm not particularly good. Anyways. Here's the thing though, alright? Let's assume perfect case scenario for him. Base attack, attack percent, flat attack, total attack, EM multiplier, effective attack, effective EM, spread, motion value attack, motion value EM, number of spread. So base attack, 268. Like I said, perfect case scenario. So we'll assume signature. 542 from Hunter's Path. When it comes to his personal damage, what's the upper limit that you'll be able to get? It'll probably be something with Nahida, Lisa, fuck would this last lot even be, man? Yeon-san? Oh, that sounds way too cooked. My god, that sounds so cooked. Sarah? No, it's not Sarah. Not Bennett either. Fuck it, let's assume Yeon-san. Why not? Why not? Let's be optimistic, man. Oh, man. Fischl doesn't work. Fischl is good, but for now, I want to look at his upper limit to personal damage if you're using characters that buff him specifically, with no regard to the overall team DPS. Fischl and Yai don't buff him. They're better to use with him, but we'll get to that. Anyways, team like this, you don't really have a lot of attack percent in his stats. Maybe 20%. You get 30% from Yeon-san. Flat attack, 8-10 from Yeon-san. EM. So, you get 100 from Dendro Resonance, 187 from Sands, 80 from 80 from your 2-piece. Isn't Oron with Elegy better than Yeon-san? No. Maybe slightly with Elegy, but I'm not looking at Elegy for now. Anyways, 250 from Nahida. Let's say about 80 from substats. And fuck it, Instructor Lisa. What's the multiplier for this fucking, oh my god. What's the formula for this again? It's 5 and 1200. Okay. Oh. Alright. I forgot damage percent. Oopsie. Damage percent. Okay, so what do we have? We have Hakushin Ring, which at R5 is 20%. 20% from Hakushin, 46.6 from Goblet, 35 from 4-piece Wanderers. We have Hunter's Path, 12%. We have 40% from Scroll, 25 from Yeon-san C6. Is that it? What about, wait, let me, what self-stat buffs does Technity have again? 50 EM? Okay, yeah. Minimum of 60% EM. times 0.06%. Okay, and I think that's it. Effective attack. I forgot fucking crit. Oopsie. I got you. Think about the 5 months. Alright, crit value, 98 point, wait. Is he even crit ascension? He's not, he's dendro damage ascension. Fucking hell. 60 plus 62.2 plus, let's assume high investment, 25 times 6.6%. And then, 44.1% times 2 from weapon. Maybe we assume like C2 as well. And then 20%. Spread. Base damage is 1809 times 1 plus damage percent times crit multiplier times EM multiplier. Alright. Motion value attack. Let's say crown him. Fuck it. 269.3 plus 157% plus 69.5 times 3. Is it 3 or 4? It's 4. Orange. What's his ICD again? Is it just, it's just once per thing, right? One spread per charge, yeah, okay. Alright. Anyways. You get 3 of these. And then you also get 6 times 100.1% plus 122.4%. Wait, does he not have any direct EM scaling? Wow. Why did I think he did? My goodness. Oh well. Number of spreads, 2 per charge attack. That's 6. 1 for the skill. That's 7. Then 4 from the burst. That's 11. def multiplier equal to 190 divided by 190 plus 200 times 0.85. Res multiplier. .1. Ah. Damage. So is I forgot the Hunter's Path passive. Hmm, 160%. Times 12. Oh! I'm an idiot. That's where the fucking direct EM scaling was. Alright, there you go. So, in a team like this, right, the very, very upper limit to his damage is around 1 million at, like, reasonable assumption for standard character constellation of C2 with signature. But the thing is, you can't do that off cooldown. Which means that the actual DPS isn't particularly impressive. In practice, you obviously don't do a team like this. But the unfortunate reality for Tifnutty is that he just doesn't have enough personal damage for teams that focus mainly on his personal damage to be all that good, right? Kind of like Alhaitham. But he just has significantly less damage than Alhaitham, with the upside of having lower field time requirements. The problem is that you don't have any characters that benefit from that. The only characters that benefit from your carry having lower field time requirements are other characters that have enough field time requirement for it to be a potential downside, but not so much that they're like a dedicated carry. Other quick swappy characters. Like Yai, for example. But the problem is, Yai also has pretty underwhelming numbers all around. Basically, Tifnutty is a character that has perfect synergy with quick swap, quicken rotations, but doesn't have the numbers to back it up. That synergy is so good that those quicken teams aren't that bad. But his numbers are so bad that despite the amazing synergy, they're not even the best Quicken teams. In other words, Tilnari is a character that doesn't really have much room for improvement. Because he already has the perfect teammates, what he doesn't have is good numbers. But in the current context of the game, where your other spread options don't have good teammates, his teams are somewhat competitive despite being a little bit worse. So what are the Tilnari teams you can do? Well, you've got two main ways of going about it, right? Unlike Alhaitham, his application is not AoE, so he doesn't work for shit in Nilo teams. You're pretty much only left with Quicken and Hyperbloom. Unlike Alhaitham, he's not a normal attacker, so he works a lot worse with Singto. And unlike Alhaitham, he's not melee, so he doesn't quite work as well with Kuki either. Despite all of that, his best team on paper is still Hyperbloom. With Kuki, Nahida, Farina. But that's assuming you're staying close enough to enemies to proc the Hyperbloom. Personally, I also kind of like using Raiden Baiju instead. I actually like it more. It's pretty fun to play, but it's not a particularly strong team. Other than that, you can do teams with Yai. Right, you can do Tilnari Yai. But something that I find very, very tragic for Tilnari is that in a lot of his teams, his best set is Instructor because his personal damage output is actually low enough that getting the Instructor buff for the rest of your team is outright better than getting better stats on him. On the Farina team, Marie-José is his best set, but on the Quicken teams, it's actually slightly better to go Instructor on him. Which goes to show his potential problems, you know? You can also use him with Sethos instead of Yai. In a similar vein where, like, Sethos has kind of flexible rotations where he won't necessarily spend that much time on field in a row. But it's worse than using Yai. And Tilnari is a lot worse than using the other Dendros. Anyways, that's pretty much it for Tilnari teams. Which leaves us with the last Dendro quote-unquote carry I want to talk today, Nahida. And this is where we start talking about the Hyperbloom teams that don't have a dedicated carry. Very quickly, I'll mention Burgeon teams. Don't play them. Burgeon teams aren't necessarily awful, but they are significantly weaker than Hyperbloom teams. And with Abyss HP getting higher and higher, with Abyss being more and more single-target oriented, Burgeon teams that have lower DPS and slightly better AoE coverage are falling behind, and they weren't all that good to begin with. They still don't have particularly good units. We still don't have a Pyro unit that's all that great as a Burgeon trigger. or Hydro or Dendro units that have particularly good synergy with Virgin. But Hyperloom is kind of goated. Hyperbloom is... I think people are tired of Hyperbloom. And I understand. Don't get me wrong. Alright? But I also think that at this point, people perceive Hyperbloom to be worse than it actually is. Hyperbloom is still very much good enough to clear content. And it tends to be pretty versatile. It doesn't really get countered by anything. Current Abyss is a bit harsher for Hyperbloom than the usual one, because of Hydro immune enemies. But as it turns out, this is still very clearable with Hyperbloom teams. Even the Hydro immune enemies, pretty clearable with Hyperbloom. It's hard to, like, hard counter a Hyperbloom. Hyperloom is also very easy to play, and gets to a large percentage of its power very early into your account progression. Because once you've secured your EM main stats, the substats literally don't matter for your Hyperbloom damage because you can't roll EM substat on an EM main stat. And while the rest of your team does, you know, scale with crit stats and whatever in the same way that other teams do, when you look at the damage distribution of these Hyperbloom teams, let me find... Let's look at the random input sim as well. You can probably find it. It's at what, 60k? Yeah. So, Raiden personal damage, 57% of the team, 53k DPS total here. This is C2 Nahida. Oopsie. That one doesn't count. That was C0, right? Yeah, it was. This one is with randomized... No. Which one is this? It's the official one, whatever. A little bit less than 50%, but still over 40k. Oh, that's Nebula Hyperbloom. Let's not look at that one. This is the random input one. The sim that rolls a number from 1 to 4, swaps to that character, uses whatever's available, and then do that again. Right? Still like 30k DPS just from Hyperbloom. Technically, it's actually 26k with like 3k electro charge damage, but you get the point, man. All this to say, even on enemies that have high hydro resistance or hydro immune entirely, and also even if the rest of your team has pretty dogshit builds, you still get honestly not that far from a decently invested Hyperloom team's damage, which means that when it comes to your early account progression, Hyperbloom will be the best thing you can do on your account for a while. On top of that, units nowadays are very, very often designed in a way that's different from what it used to be. Recent carries tend to have numbers high enough that even average buffs tend to do more for your team DPS than characters that give you off-field damage. There's a few exceptions here and there, official, but it often tends to be the case because of power creep that you lean more towards supports and off-fielders that give buffs than ones that have that much personal damage, at least when it comes to the old ones. And what that means is that there's less and less teams that are competing for Xingqiu and for Yilan. In other words, if what you're playing is a more recent carry, if you're playing Baresa, if you're playing Awika, if you're playing even Arlecchino to some extent, if you're playing Neuvillette, all 4 of those units are free. You're not really using them for those teams. If you don't have Yilan, you can also use Fischl here. Although Fischl is a bit more contested for at least the Chevreuse teams for the Pyro carries, but still. The recent shift to a lot more like support, a lot more buff focused off-fielders rather than damage focused ones, has significantly reduced the competition for those old strong off-fielders like Xingqiu and Yilan, which makes it so that it's a lot easier to have all the units available to do Hyperbloom. On top of that, we've had fucking new endgame mode leakers, and if they are to be believed, it'll be a piece of content where you need 3 different teams rather than 2, and so the lower competition for those units is going to matter even more. When it comes to team building, it's incredibly straightforward for Hyperbloom. You want Nahida, because Nahida applies so much more Dendro, and does so much more for your team than every other Dendro character. You want someone that can trigger Hyperbloom, ideally without having ER requirements, so you can build full EM on them. The best ones for that are Raiden and Kuki. Raiden hits faster and has longer uptime with a shorter cooldown, and gives you a damage percent buff to your bursts on your team. Kuki heals, so you can choose based off of that. And then you want a Hydro unit, usually defaulting to Xingqiu as the right play. And you have quite a bit of flexibility on your last slot. You can go for something that's focused on defensive utility, something like Zhongli, something like Citlali. Indirect defensive utility through Freeze, with Hyper Fridge, with Kea, Grizzly, whatever. Or you can go for a more offensive focused last slot. The best 2 offensive focused last slots by a reasonable margin are Yilan and Fischl. There's actually not that big of a difference between Yilan and Fischl in the last slot. So when you're against hydro-immune enemies, you can focus on Fischl. If you're against an electro-resistant enemy, you can use Yilan. Yeah, the main reason why Fischl is good is because, well, technically Oz can hit Hyperloom Seeds. It doesn't happen that often. But Fischl's fast Electro means that you end up with decent quicken up time. Which makes Fischl's personal damage pretty decent. She's also helping with your energy recharge. And, yeah. You can also use other last slots, right? They're like, you have so much flexibility on this last slot because this 3-unit team is kind of generally strong enough. So if you've got Automaton check, you can use Auron. Although Auron can yoink C's a lot more than Fischl does, so it's a bit more sus. You can use Yonsan if you want, fuck it, why not? You can use Shilonen, why not? You can use Kachina, why not? You can use Citlali, that I already mentioned, yeah. If you're, you know, a couple abysses ago, that swirl buff abyss, you can use Sucrose. But yeah, you've got a lot of flexibility with your Hyperloom stuff. Obviously, the power creep has made Hyperloom a lot less important to accounts than it used to be. But it hasn't gotten to the point where Hyperbloom is not relevant anymore. At all. We're still pretty far off. Especially because Escoffier's release suggests to me that Skirk is going to be a carry that's pretty reliant on using Escoffier and Farina. Which means that you're creating overlap in strong carries between Neuvillette and Skirk teams. At least the optimal ones. But you're not really creating overlap with Hyperloom teams. Even if Skirk ends up using Yelan, the official Hyperloom team is pretty close to the Yelan Hyperloom one. But that remains to be seen. We'll have to see how things evolve in the future. And that's pretty much it for the best teams for each Dendro carry. I hope you enjoyed. Hope you learned a thing or two. As usual, do all the good old YouTube stuff. Like, comment, subscribe. Next one will probably be Cryo carries once Escoffier comes out. So make sure you subscribe so that you don't miss that. And I will see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. All right. Remind the editors? Yeah, I'll do that now. Recorded. Best team for each Dendro carry. Is there anything else I want to do today? Quest Jeff? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Farm engagement with top 5 supports. True. What even would be my top 5 supports? I'm not even sure. Can I put Bennett 5 times? Escoffier placeholder. Like, these one would definitely be in the top 5, and then the ones that, like, I'd have to choose between for the remaining 2. Maybe these 4. Am I forgetting anyone? Yansan. Maybe, yeah. I think I would do Freyna Shilonen as the remaining 2. It's hard with Nahida because she's... It's hard for me to think of Nahida as a support. Her role in teams is such a weird mix of supporting and not supporting. Like... I don't know, man. She's like a pseudo support. I think the real dilemma is who's number 2 between Citlali and Escoffier. Probably Escoffier, honestly. Because the thing about Escoffier is, like, bro, the crowd carries we have are so ass. But Escoffier is so fucking broken that she makes them competitive with current meta teams. Like, it's not the same thing as what Citlali does. Citlali is very good and has a pretty overloaded kit. But the carries she helps are still good enough, even if you don't have her. Right? Like, the vape gumming teams get more plunges than the melt ones. Arlecchino doesn't have that much of her damage that gets reacted, so she's less reliant on it. So it's mainly Moika, but, like, she's strong enough without Citlali, man. But Escoffier make Kaya freeze and ironically good enough to 36. Escoffier makes Chi-Chi freeze good enough to 36 star Bucko. Of course Kaya will be good enough. Is the game doomed if Bennett is no longer number 1? I mean, okay, unironically, I think you could make an argument for Escoffier being better than Bennett. Like, Escoffier doesn't quite have the versatility that Bennett has, right? While she is a fairly versatile character, she's a lot weaker outside of her intended role. She's a balanced character outside of her intended role. But in her niche, she's significantly more useful than Bennett. It's a little cooked, man. Like, you need to realize there's quite a few carries that are attack scaling carries that are not Hydro or Cryo, where Escoffier is going to end up being about as good, if not better than Bennett. Just because of how fucking broken she is. All this hype for Skirk just for her to be Dea too. True. True and real. Anyways, I think that's going to be it for today, chat. I hope you all enjoyed. Hope you had a good time. Let's... Where's everyone on Woowa? Fuck it, I'm not rating anyone then. Alright. Yeah, tomorrow... I don't know what we'll do tomorrow. We'll figure it out. And, I'll see you guys then. Bye-bye.